This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. Hey, it's like starting an engine, right? You know, or a lawnmower. I tried pulling it once. Oh, didn't work. Hey, what's going on? I was at the, I went and got an x-ray on my foot. Didn't look like there's any fractures in there. Looks like I have arthritis in my big toe joint. But then there's also, she was touching my foot to see where it hurt, and then I said, well, it really hurts if you squeeze it like this from the top, like you're squishing all of your toes together. So she went, like really hard, and I just went, I mean, I don't know what the hell she was doing, but it hurt like hell. So I don't really know what the issue is. So now I'm going to have to go see a podiatrist. Yeah. And then me and Chris both took a COVID test just to, for the hell of it. Because she has she works at the hospital, and then she was in a room with this lady who had COVID. Now, they didn't know it, and then later they said, oh, she had COVID. I mean, she had her mask on. Chris did, but, that's one of the risks, I guess, we both take. I mean, she's there doing that, and then she can bring it home, I guess, and I wouldn't know, and so I guess that's why it's good to be vaccinated, right? And I've had like my nose is, sniffles and stuff, but for me, I think it's just allergies, for sure. Like my allergies this year have been bad, so I took that test. I mean, I might have to take it again in a few days just to see, but. Yeah, it's just the worst allergy year ever. It's just over and over and over and over again. And by the way, everybody, here's the reality, everybody. Here's the reality. All the stuff that everybody goes, hey, take this, do this one. This is what you got to take to get rid of, not get COVID. Hey, take this one, take that one. The only thing that really actually works is getting the vaccine. Now, you might be one of those lucky people that has a immune system that is just able to fight it really well. Okay, but the thing that thing that protects everybody is the vaccine. Okay, you can sit there and overload yourself with vitamin D and C all day long, and it ain't gonna do shit. Okay, that's just the truth. So you got to get the vaccine, and then if you don't take the vaccine and you get sick, the treatments that the doctors give you are the ones that'll work the best. Isn't that weird? Not the one that your buddy told you, hey, yeah, you gotta suck down some of this shit. Okay, it's what the doctors tell you to do. But hopefully what you don't want to do is get to the point where you have to have a doctor telling you what to do. And that's by taking the vaccine. There you go. All right, Darlene. Yeah, you might feel a little bit weird tomorrow. Your second Moderna shot, you'll probably feel like you're a little bit sick for a day, and then poof. It's gone the next day. It doesn't linger around. All right. So that's my daily vaccine, suggestion. All right. No, well, not the ones that the take-home one. You just put it up your nose and. Well, the take-home one is really simple. That's by like Abbott Labs. You literally, what is it? You unfold this thing, like the platform. Then there's 2 holes over here, and then over here is something else. I mean, it's like this strip, okay? But all you have to worry about is you open it up, then you put 6 drops of this liquid in the upper hole. Then you put the swab up your nose and rotate it around 15 seconds. And then over here for 15 seconds. And then you put the swab in the lower hole, push it in so that you can see it in the hole that had the 6 drops of liquid. It's really simple. You just push it in there, you see it. And then once you do that, you just fold it on top of each other. You know, the thing that you had open, you just fold it like this, and then you sit there and you watch this liquid fill in, and then it'll have 2 lines if you've got it. It might be a really faint red line, but if there's any secondary line at all, that means you've got it. It can be just a tiny faint line. They're the same as they were yesterday. Which is, I mean, in some ways it's good for, I mean, it's always good if you don't go get worse, right? No, Johnson & Johnson's the 1 shot. I wouldn't get Johnson & Johnson, though. I would get either Pfizer or Moderna. They're way better. I mean, it's good to have any of them, but if you could choose, I would choose probably... I would actually choose Moderna if I could start over, because apparently it has a better, has a more coverage. Although Pfizer is really good too. So it's just the Moderna is harder to handle on the shot for most people. I mean, your arm's really sore. You might, like when Chris had it, she was sick. She even had a little bit of a fever for a day. And achy joints, and then boom, next day absolutely nothing. Yeah, he probably did the I know exactly what he did. The IV, he did monoclonal antibodies, right? Yeah. All right, you guys, I'm going to get going on the show now. I just told you a minute ago they're both doing the same. Yep, we know. Yeah, remdesivir is just the, you know, they give you that when you're already kind of in a bad place. The monoclonal antibodies in Texas, I guess, they're just giving it to you if you're, you know, maybe if you're fit into a certain category and you just get determined that you have it. Like right away, it just fights it. It's almost as if you have the vaccine in a way by getting that. You know, so that would be a treatment. That's why it's a kind of an effective treatment early on, because you can inject into your system, transfuse into your system the antibodies that actually will attack the virus. But later on, it's, I guess, apparently maybe a little too late to do that. And then, but if you have a vaccine, your body already has that in you, so you don't have to do that. Make any sense? Yeah. Crazy, Cindy Lean. Well, I hope they do okay. And also, just you know, yesterday, Steph May let me know that her son had died 5 years ago yesterday, and I just wanted to say, you know, everybody put out some thoughts for her. She's always really struggled with that, so put out some prayer. Her son, I mean, I think I said son, but he died, I think, 2016. I think it was a motorcycle deal. So, you know, Steph May's always around. She's really nice. She's the train conductor. All right. So, actually, put out prayers for all the people out there who are struggling with something. I mean, everybody has something, right? Yeah, well, they helped out when my brother Andy had the cancer on his tongue. That was the craziest thing in the world. I mean, I'll tell the story again because it's really wild. You know, my stepbrother Andy, he had, you know, he chewed and stuff for a long time, but I don't know if he was still chewing at the time. But one day, we had breakfast and he talked a little bit funny, and I was like, "Hey, what's wrong?" He goes, "Oh, I got a canker sore. I got a, you know, canker sore back here on my tongue or whatever." And then like 2 weeks later, it was a lot worse than that. He couldn't even talk. He just had this huge thing in there in his tongue, and it looked like it was going to be, I mean, it was just massive. It had this, like the death smell. I mean, it was absolutely horrific. I mean, it was horrible. And they were just waiting and waiting and waiting for all the doctors to do these different tests. I mean, it just was ridiculous how long they were waiting. And then it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And then he was sitting at home and it burst in his mouth, and blood was just going all over the place apparently. And here's the thing that's weird about it. It's that moment in time that is actually what changed everything. It's really bizarre. But it burst, right? So he had to go into the hospital. And what they did was they put a catheter up in there, and then all the way, you know, through his leg, and then all the way up, and then in through like the however the hell you get back there, carotid artery, through up and around, and then it blocked off the blood vessel that was supplying blood to that area. Well, it turns out that the blood vessel that they blocked off was the blood that was it was supplying the actual tumor. So it ended up killing the tumor on his tongue. But then it turns out he had cancer. Oh, and here's the thing. Right before that, they were going to cut out basically almost his whole tongue, and he wouldn't be able to speak ever again, really. It was just going to be a nightmare. All this crap, you know, it was just horrible. So anyways, it killed the tumor, but the cancer had spread around. He had some in other places. Then he did chemo and radiation and different sort of therapies that are like gene stuff, experimental, amazing stuff. And now he's back to normal. Can you believe that shit? I mean, he's absolutely back to normal. And it's all because it burst. Because they just would have cut that thing out and he wouldn't be able to talk anymore. And now he can talk normally. But, you know, you guys were always putting out prayers and stuff, so it just seemed like it all kind of came together. Pretty amazing. And I'm not even a particularly religious person, you know, but that was just nuts. Yeah. I actually thought, at one point, when he was in the hospital, they actually, oh yeah, I didn't tell you this part. After his tongue burst, they, just for safety reasons, they put the tracheotomy right here. Boom. So he had this hole here. And he was in the hospital, and he you know, I guess it's really weird to adjust to it. And he was freaking out in there. I wasn't sure he was going to make it through all that shit. And all I was hoping for is that he could have one more day where he felt normal again. And boom, it just went from there. Just got better and better and better and better, and you know, pretty crazy. Serendipity, I guess you might call it. Yeah, he had this really panicked look on his face when he had that. I don't know, that was just kind of random, Lynette. He would have, if he had gone in there a day before, they probably just would have cut almost his entire tongue out. It just happened to burst, and then that led to a series of events that actually turned out better. I mean, Who would think that, right? Unbelievable. Because if they'd cut it out, then all of a sudden, oh shit, it's cancer spread. That would have been, then that means it was a waste to cut that out. Like, you didn't have to do that. And then it made me think, man, maybe that's a better treatment sometimes. Find the blood vessels that are supplying tumors and cut those things off. You know, cut it off and attack it, and then boom, there's no blood supply, and maybe they'll just die, right? Wouldn't that be kind of a neat, I wonder if they've thought of that too much. Doesn't seem like that's a very intuitive thing. Hey, here's what we'll do. It's more like, hey, we need to systemically go in, treat it. But man, wouldn't it be amazing if that was a technique? Well, if you could cut off the blood supply and that blood supply doesn't really affect too much of, and maybe you can even bypass it. Like let's say there's a blood supply that's supplying a tumor, and then it continues on to supply vital things. Well, how about a bypass, and then the tumor's by itself with nothing? Wouldn't that be amazing? I'm sure there's probably somebody out there going, we already do that, Greg. We already do that. Yeah, well, that's what a bypass would be for that girl. Did you hear what I said? Or hey, thank you, Carolina T. Oh, that's what he did? Sweet. Well, yeah, you have to do a bypass a lot of those times. Thank you, Lee D. Or Liver D. Yeah. Yeah. Well, see, the thing is, I'm not a dummy. You know, like, the thing is vaccines work, everybody. Thanks, Lynette Burns. Vaccines actually work. It's absolutely crazy. I know. I'm a conspiracy theorist. The vaccines work. I know. How dare you? Yeah, the thing is people that are anti-vaccines people try to portray it as a political side, but there's people on the left and the right that don't do vaccines. You know, there's a lot of teachers that don't want to do it. There's a lot of, just anti-vaccine people. And then there's people that are conspiracy theorists, like a lot of people on the right that don't want it. They think it's for some other agenda or something like that. And so the thing is, there's all kinds of reasons that people don't take vaccines. And really just look at the science and there's your answer. No, it's not, but mostly. It's a huge portion on both sides. Yeah, let's see. Awesome. I mean, you'd think teachers would be the first ones that would always take it, because they're supposed to be teaching and inspiring the youth. But instead, I don't know what their deal is. And it's weird too, because there's nurses that don't take it. They're also mostly on the left side of the spectrum. Nurses and doctors, almost all of them. So it's not a political thing. It's just people. I think what happens is people don't want to take a vaccine, so they look to what will support them not taking it. It's confirmation bias. Don't you think? Hey, thank you, Kathy Freidenmaker. That's one of my favorite names to say, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not against making it mandatory. We got to get rid of this thing. All right? What's not true? Too much, Mom? What isn't? That people seek out reasons not to take it? Yeah, they do. They do that all the time. I see it. I say things that are true on this show. Okay? Thank you, Carol Kisa. Yeah. But you got to admit, a Big Bird 420, aren't there a lot of nurses that you work with that aren't vaccinated? Maybe you live in a different kind of place, but I see it all the time. They're really hesitant for some reason. Yeah. But what were you talking about too much, Mom? Are you talking to me or somebody else? Well, yeah. That's crazy, isn't it, Cindy? Liam? Hey, thank you, Mabel Quintanilla. All right, let's see. Quintanilla, right? Okay, well, it has been tested, though, too much, Mom. Don't use it, make an excuse for it, okay? Get the vaccine, all right? It has been tested. It's been tested for months and months and months now. We don't need 9 years of testing because everybody will be dead at that point, right? Because it'll be mutated over and over and over to a very dangerous form. Not everybody. I'm being facetious there. Yeah, that is an excuse. Yeah. Okay, just you're saying it's not tested. That's false. It's been tested for, gosh, literally, I would say, 8 months now, and we know what's going on with it. It works. So there's got to be a point where you go, okay, great. So let me ask you this: if the FDA approves it for non-emergency use, will that change your mind? No, there hasn't been lots of issues. Yeah, that's a false statement there. There hasn't been lots of issues. Okay, you're talking about a minuscule number of people that have had issues. I mean, I'm talking about, when you say lots, you make it sound like there's this big number. We're talking about a tiny percentage of people that had a reaction. But all of those, if they were in there, got the shot at a approved location, there's people there waiting to go to help them get over their shock or whatever, anaphylactic shock or whatever the hell it is, right? Then there's those really rare people that had that blood clot deal. I think it was like 11 people, and only one of those died. So isn't it worth, I mean, there isn't a way to make it work for everybody. Even the flu shot is dangerous for people. Yeah. Right, it's probably one of those anti-vaxxer websites. Too much, Mom, or anti-vaccine websites. I'm not into that kind of stuff. Sorry. Right, there you go. Well, because your friend had it, therefore everybody else has it too. I get it. Sorry for your friend, but that's kind. I don't do that kind of logic. Let's see. So anyways, that's what I'll recommend, everybody. I want to get on to the cases now, but if I was you, I would get the vaccine ASAP. You don't want to get the Delta variant of the coronavirus. You just don't want to get it, all right? But you can do whatever the hell you want. That's just my recommendation, and I'm not even a doctor. I'm just telling you because, well, I do have 2 doctors in the family, and I looked this shit up, okay? Just look at the numbers. Don't look at, oh, well, I heard this one anecdotal story that somebody else, oh, I know this guy that had this. Okay, those all exist out there. That all happens. Yep, those people do exist out there. Okay, but it's so rare, it's ridiculous. Look how many people, over almost 200 million people. I think over 200 million people have been vaccinated. How many of those people died from the vaccine? Now you go, well, hey, look at it. Well, here's the thing. Early on, people would get the vaccine, and then people might die around the time they got the vaccine. But it had nothing to do with getting the vaccine. You know why? Because these are all people that were like 80-something years old, 80 years and older. Remember that first wave of vaccines out there? So that means that those people, out of that group, a large percentage of those people were going to be dying anyways of something. So then you give them a shot, and then 3 weeks later they die, and you go, oh my God, look at it, was it the vaccine? Well, no, it wasn't the vaccine, okay? It had nothing to do with it. And it's just, it's unreal, man. It's unreal. It had absolutely nothing to do with it. Yeah, they died. Let's say you have, let's just write a number, 2 million people that are 80 plus years old. And they are all getting a vaccine. How many of those 2 million people were going to be dying of something naturally within a month or so anyways? A lot of people. You know, it's a bigger number than 2 million though. And then you can't associate it with that. Hey, Hannah S., that's okay. I know you're an anti-vaxxer. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I don't know why you need to tell people. Here's what I say, everybody. If you don't want to take the vaccine, don't try to convince one soul not to take it. Okay? But I'm telling you to take it because I know statistically and mathematically by a huge margin that it's good for you to take to get over this. Well, you must be, Hannah, because it works. It's one of the best vaccines that we've ever had. So there you go. Let's see. Okay, so let me ask you something, you guys. So we need to wait for 6 years to do all the studies before we use this vaccine? Is that what we need to be doing? Okay. Wow. That's ridiculous. Yeah, let's just let's let it just, you know, absolutely wipe out 3% of the world so we can wait the 6 years. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So 10% of 8 billion is 800 million, right? So that means roughly half of that is 400 million and a little bit. So you're okay with 300 million people dying on the planet as it ravages through, because we're going to wait 6 years to do a few more studies. Give me a break. Yeah, it was approved by the FDA, but that's what I was just saying to you guys. If here, how about this? Well, of course you're going to agree too much, Mom, with Hannah S. Of course you are. Yeah, even though what she said had nothing to do with what you were saying. So let me just say this right here. What if the FDA approves it soon? Like there's enough studies, they were able to go through it, and they approve it. Will that be good enough for you guys? If the FDA approves it, or will you go, oh, it's not really approved. They're just pretending it's approved. Hey, no problem, Ginger Smith. I'm just arguing with you guys. Okay, I want to see what your answers are. Go ahead. Go ahead. But seriously, both of you people, Too Much Mom and Hannah S., if they approve it, oh, I see. So if the FDA approves it, it won't matter. It'll be American frontline doctors. I listen to them, not YouTubers. Right. Well, I'm listening to the frontline doctors. Okay? That's where I've heard what I'm telling you from. How about that? Do you like that? Or yeah, that's ridiculous. See, it's amazing that people actually think that way. It's scary. It's frightening. Yeah, it just shows you there's a lot of people out there that think that way that we just saw right there. Yeah, they approved it, Hannah, for emergency use. When I'm asking you a question, if next week they approve it for general use and that it's approved as a vaccine, will you then take it? I just want to see what your answer to that question is. Or will you find some other reason that it doesn't make sense? Oh, that's what you're doing too much, Mom. You're demeaning and trying to come up with a bunch of reasons why everybody else shouldn't be taking it. Okay, don't do the passive-aggressive bullshit that you just did right there. It doesn't work. Like, I listen to frontline doctors, not a YouTuber. You can go find some other place to say that shit, okay? Yeah, but hey, Gen B, don't tell him that. Don't tell him that, Gen B. Don't tell him that. Okay, it's too offensive. All right, so what was the answer to the question? Well, I was just asking you, Hannah S., if it turns out that they approve it, will you be interested in taking it? I mean, you don't have to take it. I'm just wondering if that'll make a difference if they finally, the FDA comes forward and the CDC says, yes, the vaccine is safe and effective, even though they have said that 1,000 times. It's safe and effective, but it just hasn't gone through some review boards and so forth. Yeah. One thing I didn't like was how CNN made a big deal about the event that Greg Abbott was at, but didn't care about the event that Obama did, the big party with 400 people at it. It was just, oh, it was safe, it was safe. How come, what's the difference? You know, like what was the difference? It's the same thing. So let's all just be consistent when we're talking about things, you know, not bias. I just don't want it to the vaccine, the virus to keep mutating and spreading around. Well, it's also, what do you mean that's Texas for? It just doesn't matter. Look at the people in Texas. You know, I think it's dumb that a lot of them didn't. They're not getting vaccinated at the same rate. Okay, but they had a party, just like Obama did when he was over up in what's the name of that place up north? Martha's Vineyard. And nobody complained. Why not? It's the same thing. Let's just be consistent. Wouldn't it be great if there was like a neutral news channel that just looked at everything the same for everybody? Like, for example, CNN is being really hard on Biden right now for his idiotic moves in Afghanistan. Not removing all the people first, then removing the troops, right? So there's a lot of people they're hard on him on CNN. However, it's not the same as if it was Trump that did the exact same thing. They would be, the rhetoric would be totally different. It would be stuff like, oh my God, you guys, this is the most dangerous president we've ever had. He's totally incompetent. He can't figure out anything, right? You know that's how it works. So why not be the same for everybody? All right. And what I just said was true. And but if you don't believe it, you won't look it up. I don't want to, Hannah. I'm gonna have to remove the comment. Like I said before, if you don't want to take the vaccine, that's up to you. But don't try to convince another soul not to take it. Okay? Just keep it to yourself. Don't take it. Do your own thing. But do not try to sell that shit to anybody. Okay? Just keep it in your own mind. I'm okay with you not doing it if you don't want to. But don't try to sell that to one other soul out there. Because if that person gets it and something happens to do with them, look in the mirror. No, Hannah, you should just never, because what you just did was you provided a name to somebody that supports your theory. That's not being accurate. What are you rolling your eyes for, Zozo? I know. I was when I was there today, they were giving out boosters to people with immune compromise, like AIDS or people that have had HIV, and other things like that. So, but not yet for people like me. I'm already 3 months after my last shot. Well, CNN used to be in the middle, but they're not anymore. There is no middle. Yeah, but I was surprised too. But then when I really looked at it, was they're not the same. If a picture if that was Trump who did that same move out of Afghanistan, they would be making the hugest deal over every single thing, and that's the part that really, it's neat that they're able to at least admit that it's really messed up, but they're not going to be anywhere near as harsh. because it's not the guy, it's their guy, right? Well, that's what I was saying, Ange. I was going to run over and be like when you're shopping. You know, you're there for a sale and you bust in there, and you shove people around to get. You know what they need to do is have a conveyor belt that gives people shots. Like you just sit on a, you know, like those sushi bars, except people would be the sushi, right? So you're sitting there and these needles go ding, ding, ding into arms, and you just get shot out the back, and then maybe your car is aligned with you and you step, oh, boom, you're out of there. Oh yeah, it was a little bit like that over at the airport facility. Yeah, well, Hannah, you know what, Hannah, just listen to me. I don't want you to catch it. All right. Yeah, we might need a 4th booster. We might need a 5th, but at least they'll be the responsible people, making it a little safer for you to be out there. Imagine if nobody was vaccinated right now. The rates of illness that would be out there. Wow. Yeah, so we went to the airport. That's where I got my shots. And they had all the cars lined up. You just kind of pull through. You know, give them your ID. Then you drive around. Then you just roll your arm down the window. You get a shot, and then have you pull into lines. Some lines you wait 15 minutes or 30 minutes if you've had a reaction before to anything. So I had to wait 30 because I guess apparently when I was younger I was allergic, or still am allergic to penicillin perhaps. So I had to wait for 30 minutes in the line both times. And then they just said, you're on your way, and you drive home. It was pretty amazing, really slick operation. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing is this new variant's a lot different than the other ones. All right, you guys. So are you guys, we're all done now talking about that? You know what I think is weird, though, that it's offensive to people when you say, hey, everybody get a vaccine. Yeah, it does. The Delta variant sounds really bad, and doctors say it's bad. And so Chasing Truth spoke to the doctor of Scott, and she said to him in North Carolina exactly the same thing that my friend's neighbor told him, who's a virologist that works at a hospital. She said, this is a very scary virus. That's what she told my friend. And that's here in Oregon. So it's not like, oh, well, somebody over there said it and this guy over here said it. I don't know if you call him... I mean, there's some people that have legitimate reasons why they, you know, like some other reason that they don't want a vaccine. Okay, there's some people that can't take the vaccine. There's some people, but I just think in general, if you're relying on a conspiracy theory not to take it, you're cuckoo. Okay, you're a nut job at that point. There's no nanobots being shot into your arm. There's no little weird things they're putting in there so they can track you. Yeah, because they need to track us all. Yeah. I had 2. Which one did you have, Ange? Now, so you're one of the breakthrough, but you got to stay at home and just got through it, right? Right. So you had the. So at least your vaccine helped you fight it, right? Are you talking to me, Miss K? What are you talking about? Yeah, the people are talking about nanobots and tracking. Yeah. Yeah, believe it or not, that's there's some conspiracy people that think that they're injecting something into you. Like with nanobots to track you. Yeah, good for you, Hannah. Good for you. See, there's Hannah again, trying to convince all of you, anybody else out there, not to take it. Yeah. I know. You got your cell phone, your vehicle. What happened, Miss K? What are you saying excuse me to? Was it something I said? I'm confused. Because you're trying to make it sound like what you said wasn't accurate, first of all. Okay? It was a little higher number than that on the first variant for the people unvaccinated. Let me ask you this. Would you put, if you had a gun that had 100 shots in it, 100, let's say it was instead of a 6-shooter, it was a 100-shooter, and you put one bullet in there, and you could just spin it randomly, how much money would somebody have to offer you to pull that trigger? Vaughn? I don't know who Vaughn is. Is there somebody named Vaughn? Oh. Yeah, no, that's not true. I have to remove that comment, Von Diesel. Have to go figure out some other kind of conspiracy theory. Yep, gonna have to remove that one too. All right, you guys, that's it. I don't have any more vaccine talk. I just want. Here's the thing: is I want everybody out there to be safe. The vaccine's the best way to be safe. That's it. I don't want you to catch COVID. I don't want you to go through it. And I don't want anything bad to happen to you. And that's just the reality of it. And if you don't want it, then that's cool. No, I think Miss K was talking about something else. Miss K was talking to a person named Vaughn. I don't even read their comments, Vaughn. We're going to have to put you on timeout here in a second. Actually, I'm going to have to right now. All right, and then when you come back, all your comments will be gone. And if he keeps talking about it, then just keep blocking it. That's the scary part about talking about vaccines is all the nutters come out. Yeah, you try to throw something out there that's useful, and boom. Nice. All right. Kathy Freudenmaker. Yeah, no. You don't want, none of you want to go through what Chasing Truth is going through with their husband right now. None of you. And you also don't want to be the person in there. And I know it's not a huge percentage of the population, but it makes a big difference. I just showed you guys the numbers last night. I know, it sucks, you know. I think, yeah. Anyways. You know, here's the thing is I'm not trying to offend people that don't want to do it, but I don't want to hear when I'm actually trying to convince people to take the damn thing. I don't want the naysayers popping their freaking faces in, telling us why they're not going to do it. Just stay silent and don't take it. I don't want to hear it, okay? Because somebody might actually go, wow, okay, yay, that sounds great. That's my excuse not to do it. It doesn't even hurt everybody. You get the shot, it's like, oh, you give me the shot? Oh, that's crazy. I didn't even feel a thing. Next day, your arm's sore. And then you might feel a little bit under the weather. Then you wait 3 weeks, you get the second one. You might feel a little bit more under the weather on the second one. Doesn't hurt at all getting the shot again. Your arm will be sore. And then a day and a half, 2 days later, you're absolutely normal again and everything's back to normal. Then about 3 weeks after that, you're completely vaccinated. Yep. Thanks, Pebs W. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of strange, that whole thing about, you know, having papers, almost like a scarlet letter of not being vaccinated or something. I don't know about that. Hey, thanks, Alley Cake. Oh yeah, jeez. What happened, JSD? Yeah, but I'm not trying to make people feel bad. Like, I'm just trying to tell you, it's just really counterproductive, because we all know scientifically that the vaccine works, and it does dramatically help you if you catch it. Dramatically. And so when you have people that they don't want to take it, when they come in and say, oh, I don't want to take it because of this, it's really not useful for anybody. Yeah, well, no, but see, that's the thing, Hannah. Just keep it to yourself, okay? Because those guys aren't accurate. What those people that you just tried to mention there. Yeah, they just don't want to take it, so we're trying to come up with reasons. Oh wow. Well, that's amazing, JSD. I'm glad you made it through. Yeah. Yeah, they're not, Hannah. You're going to sit there and tell me that the little handful of doctors that you want to listen to are going to be accurate over the vast majority of scientists. Like my dad and my brother are two of the best doctors in the world at what they do. Okay? They actually know the shit. It works. Okay? It actually works. Okay, so if there's these weird doctors out there that go, oh, well, I don't know, man. Here's what I'm going to tell you. Again, we got this and we got that. They are in the absolute minority. So why are you believing them? The really tiny minority of doctors. Is it because you want to find a way to justify your own feelings? Or is it really that they know more than all the rest of them? Yeah, I'm saying a handful is a percentage. It's a tiny, tiny percentage of doctors that actually think what you just said. Yeah, I'd like to talk about the case, Brandy. It just keeps on going. I'm trying to get out of it, but it won't stop talking. And plus, I don't do the agree to disagree thing. But in this case, I'll just quit talking about it and move on. How's that sound? I'm just the part that bugs me is how offended people get. Okay, it's like, just, I'm telling you guys, this is what they're telling out there. Oh, you've done quote research. I see. I get it. Makes sense. All right. Anyways, let me get going here. A couple of these don't have much information in them, like this John Tusson one. And I don't even, here's the thing, I'm going to read the original, well, not the original, an article that came out just recently. Right here. I guess I'll never talk about vaccines again on the channel. Too many wackos out here. Can't do it. Can't do it. I guess apparently it's just like politics or religion or something like that. Right? Forget science. Don't worry about it. All right, here we go. This is from, what year was it? I think it was 1995. Somebody named John Tusson. I don't even know. I can't see. I'm not sure what she's talking about. Well, what happened? What's going on, Sooner History? Are you okay? No, but MSK didn't say anything wrong, Sooner History. You misread what she wrote above. That's what the deal is. She was talking to somebody else. Not me. What happened? We just turned into the drama channel tonight. Because I encouraged people to take the vaccines. Well, no, it is Von Diesel, because you're saying it's not truthful to say the vaccine isn't helpful. See, that's what I'm saying. We got some nutters in here. And Hannah agreed with it. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Yes, people that are vaccinated can catch it. But if you have Moderna, it's 71% in the Delta variant from even getting the virus. So that means you are not spreading it if you're not catching it. Okay? But there are the breakthrough that you do catch it even when you have the vaccine, and then you can spread it. But it does slow it down dramatically because a lot of people have Moderna, and it's 41 to 50% with Pfizer. So you're inaccurate, again, both of you. And here I am talking about it one more time. All right? So let's just start deleting the comments related to the crazy vaccine theories that these people are putting out, okay? All right, from right now, because I want to start doing the case now. I got Pfizer, okay? Detectives say the first 24 to 48 hours after murder is crucial to solving it. After that, the clues become scarce and the case is cold. In Belle Chase, more than 25 years after John Tusson was stabbed to death at his home, the Plaquemines Parish Sheriff's Office has a new lead. WGNO News was given exclusive access as the Sheriff's Office reopened the case Tuesday morning. Detectives were called to the back of the typically quiet parks of Plaquemines subdivision. Here, let me go to this place. It's called Belle Chase. Alright, so that's not even a really huge town here. It's this little area over here. And then we're talking about a subdivision called Plaquemines. Oh, there we go. So right over here. I couldn't find his address in the program that I used. I think this guy is an interesting person. Well, hey, no, here's the thing, everybody. I don't want to keep talking about this, Catherine, all you people out there. You're wrong, okay? The vaccine works. And I don't want to keep rehashing it. But here's the thing. All I wanted to do was tell people to go get the vaccine because it's useful. And what you're doing is trying to convince people by having your own opinion about it that not to take it. And that's not what I want to do here. If you don't want to take it, do not take it because you don't want to. I don't want you trying to convince anybody not to do it. Okay? It is a benefit to have. God, it's ridiculous. So just quit it, all right? Go do your own thing. I don't even care if you're not a channel member anymore. It doesn't bother me. Do you understand that? If you're that stranged out about this thing, just go do something else, okay? I'm not a desperate person on YouTube whatsoever at all. I'm just telling people to take the vaccine. It's responsible to take the vaccine. It works. If you don't want to take it, don't take it, but don't try to convince or tell people why you're not taking it. Okay? Nobody's interested except other people that are on the edge, and then they might not take it because of you. And I don't want those people to do that. All right? Yeah, create an anti-vax channel and go do it. You know, just spend all day doing that all day long. Just call it, you know, do some weird COVID, you know, obsession anti-vax deal. Okay? Because I just want to go over this case right now. You just interrupted me again. Why, does he live here? I don't even know who Jeffree Star is. Man, am I supposed to know who Jeffree Star is? Wow. Yeah, everybody can comment, but I just don't want... Can't you just read the room that I was trying to sell people? You know, like, hey, get vaccinated. And I shouldn't even have to sell the damn thing. It's like, it's obvious. But I'm telling you the reality here. Okay, so what I don't want are people going, well, I don't want to take it. Man, there's going to be these studies and we don't know. And, we, you know, going on and on and on and on and on and on and on. It's dumb. Wow, Jimmy. Wow. Yeah, I do. That's exactly right. That's what Brandy said. Okay. Back to you, Jim. Thanks, Scott Holland. Man, people are going to show up to the show tomorrow. You know, the people that watch it tomorrow and go, wow, an hour before it even got to the cases? He had to actually defend himself from people that aren't going to take the vaccine because they have these crazy... Yeah, all right. They listen. Never mind. I'm done talking about it. Thanks, Lori Grant. All right, here we go. You guys ready? Oh, Gray, we've been ready. We've been ready. Now I got to reopen the damn... Oh, there it is. Okay, good. I'm going to start over. Detectives say the first 24 to 48 hours after a murder is crucial to solving it. We've heard that. That's why there's a show called 48 Hours, right? Or the first 24, or whatever. What is it, first 48? Ah, shit, I can't remember. In Belle Chase, more than 25 years after John Tusson was stabbed to death at his home, the Plaquemines Parish Sheriff's Office has a new lead. WGNO News was given exclusive access as the Sheriff's Office reopened the case Tuesday morning. Detectives were called to the back of the typically quiet parks of Plaquemines subdivision. Investigators received a tip that a car was dumped in the woods. It was only discovered as the land was being cleared. See, that's pretty interesting. The car that this guy was driving 25 years ago, they were clearing some land, and it was just sort of put way out in the middle of this, of bushes and whatnot. Yeah, hey, Sooner History. One of the people that you were trying to time out, though, wasn't saying anything negative. They were talking to somebody else. All right? But don't, thanks, Sooner History. Don't worry about it. Yeah. See, what Von Diesel just wrote, for any of you who just saw it, is completely bogus and is a lie, okay? It does help prevent the spread. God, it sucks. Investigators received the tip that a car was dumped in the woods. It was only discovered as the land was being cleared. It got entangled with all the surrounding trees, the brush, and it turned into a big ball of debris. The car is believed to be an El Camino that was stolen after 74-year-old John Tusson was stabbed to death 26 years ago. The car was found less than a half-mile from Tucson's home. We can't confirm that right now, but we do believe this vehicle may be the vehicle that was stolen. By the way, who the hell would steal an El Camino? Those are the most ridiculously stupid, crappy cars that ever were made. We can't confirm right now, but we do believe this vehicle is the car. Deputies do not have any suspects or witnesses. Until the early 2000s, reports were handwritten and stored at the courthouse. In January 2002, the courthouse was intentionally torched. That's pretty interesting. And the building was a total loss. So somebody burnt down the courthouse intentionally. I mean, who knows if it was related to that case, but the car was found in poor condition, but it is considered a major lead for detectives. Being out there for 20, 25, 26 years, there might be something in there that might lead us to the next step. Well, maybe there's a hair that was left behind. The sheriff's office is using drones and helicopters to canvass the area. Something like the drone we can use constantly to go over the area and hopefully locate the rest of the vehicle. Oh, the rest of it, huh? Now detectives are hopeful this lead will jog memories and they can solve the case. We're going to treat this as the crime occurred yesterday. It's still a crime, it's still a murder, and it's something that needs to be solved. I don't know if there's anything in this article here. Let me see. Oh yeah, there it is. So it is. There we go.
Grows cold.
So here's a Bell Chase murder case that's been cold for more than 25 years, and detectives have a new lead.
WGNO's Chris Welty, you have all of our attention. Chris.
Kurt Susie, the Plaquemines Parish Sheriff's Office recently found a car believed to be stolen from the victim of a 1995 murder. While this is a major break, deputies are still facing hurdles. It's a story you'll see only on WGNO News. On a hot and humid Tuesday morning, multiple Plaquemines Parish Sheriff units lined the back of the typically quiet Parks of Plaquemines subdivision. Investigators received a tip that a car was dumped in the woods. It was only discovered as the land was being cleared.
It got entangled with all the surrounding, the trees, the brush, so it turned into a big ball of debris.
This car is believed to be an El Camino, stolen after 74-year-old John Tusson was stabbed to death 26 years ago.
Yeah,
the car was found less than a half-mile from Tucson's home.
We can't confirm right now, but we do. It turned into a big ball of debris.
Wait, let me hear that again.
On a hot and humid Tuesday morning, multiple Plaquemines Parish Sheriff units lined the back of the typically quiet Parks of Plaquemines subdivision. Investigators received a tip that a car was dumped in the woods. It was only discovered as the land was being cleared.
It got entangled with all the surrounding, the trees, the brush, so it turned into a big ball of debris.
Wow, so did somebody destroy it while it was out there, or just the...
This car is believed to
Look at
be
that.
an El Camino,
Absolutely trashed.
stolen after 74-year-old John Tusson was stabbed to death 26 years ago. The car was found less than a half-mile from Tusson's home.
We can't confirm right now, but we do believe this vehicle may have been his vehicle that was stolen on the night of the murder.
Deputies do not have any
Look
suspects
at that. How does
or
it just
witnesses.
naturally get like
In
that?
fact, hardly any records exist in this case. Up until the early 2000s, reports were handwritten
Doesn't make a lot of
and
sense.
stored at the courthouse. In January 2002, the courthouse was intentionally torched, the building a total loss.
Also gone parish records. 80% are backed up, but some were from the 1800s. These waterlogged files were pulled from the DA's office.
So we lost the initial report. The evidence that we had was also kept in that area, and we lost that to Hurricane Katrina. And unfortunately, the head investigator of that case is deceased now.
Even with this car in such poor condition, this is a major discovery for detectives on this case.
Being out here for 20, 25, 26 years, there may be something in there that might lead us to the next step of solving this case.
The sheriff's office is using drones and helicopters to canvass the area for more clues.
And something like the drone we can use constantly to go over the area and hopefully locate the rest of the vehicle that may give us more potential evidence for this case.
Now detectives are hopeful this lead will jog memories and they can solve this case.
We're going to treat this as if this crime occurred yesterday, because it's still a crime, it's still a murder, and it's something that needs to be solved, not only for this community, but also for the victim's family. It's still a crime, it's still a murder, and it's something that needs to be solved, not only for this community, but also for the victim's family. The rest of the vehicle that may give us more
And stored at the court case. Up until the early 2000s.
There, let me just try a stab in the dark. God, where would that... Man, that'd be tough.
Reports were Deputies do not have any suspects or witnesses. Death to Sol.
the brush, so it with all the surrounding, the trees, the brush.
Plaquemines Parish Sheriff units lined the back of the typically quiet Parks of Plaquemine subdivision. Investigators received a
all of our attention. Chris.
Kurt Susie, the Plaquemines Parish Sheriff's Office recently found a car believed to be stolen from the victim of a 1995 murder. While this is a major break, deputies are still facing hurdles. It's a story you'll see only on WGNO News.
All right, let's see if we can find that. That looks... You got the three buildings next to each other like that. Three roofs, just like that. I mean, it makes sense that like that would be, but this is that area. And maybe that's that road right there. It's in Louisiana. Yeah, it's like a flat front, like 3 A-frames right next to each other. So maybe it's just right in here. Oh, maybe it's right there. No? God.
On a hot and humid Tuesday morning, multiple Plaquemines Parish Sheriff units lined the back of the typically quiet Parks of Plaquemines subdivision. Investigators received a tip that a car was dumped in the woods.
That's just out of the woods right there. Next to
It was only discovered as the land was being cleared.
It got entangled with all the surrounding, the trees, the brush, so it turned into a big ball of debris.
This car is believed to be an El Camino, stolen after 74-year-old John Tusson was stabbed to death 26 years ago. The car was found less than a half mile from Tusson's home.
We can't confirm right now, but we do believe this vehicle may have been his vehicle that was stolen on the night of the murder.
Deputies do not have any suspects or witnesses. In fact, hardly any records exist in this case. Up until the early 2000s, reports were handwritten and stored at the courthouse. In January 2002, the courthouse was intentionally torched, the building a total loss.
Also gone, parish records. 80% are backed up, but some were from the 1800s. These waterlogged files were pulled from the DA's office.
So we lost the initial report. The evidence that we had was also kept in that area, and we lost that to Hurricane Katrina. And unfortunately, the head investigator of that case is deceased now.
Even with this car in such poor condition, this is a major discovery for detectives on this case.
Being out here for 20, 25, 26 years, there may be something in there that might lead us to the next step of solving this case.
The sheriff's office is using drones and helicopters to canvass the area for more clues.
And something like the drone we can use constantly to go over the area and hopefully locate the rest of the vehicle that may give us more potential evidence for this case.
Now detectives are hopeful this lead will jog memories and they can solve this case.
We're going to treat this as if this crime occurred yesterday, because it's still a crime, it's still a murder, and it's something that needs to be solved, not only for this community, but also for the victim's family.
If you have any information about John Tusson's murder in Bellchase 26 years ago, or might remember any details of this case, the Plaquemines Parish Sheriff's Office needs your help. You can call the Sheriff's Office.
I guess that's the only article that's out there.
Detectives say the first 24 to 48 hours after a murder is crucial to solving it.
After that, clues
typically
become
quiet
scarce,
parts,
the case grows cold.
So here's a Bellchase murder case that's been cold for more than 25 years, and detectives have a new lead.
WGNO's Chris Welty, you have all of our attention. Chris.
Kurt Susie, the Plaquemines Parish Sheriff's Office recently found a car believed to be stolen from the victim of a 1995 murder. While this is a major break, deputies are still facing hurdles. It's a story you'll see only on WGNO News. On a hot and humid Tuesday morning,
Sorry, I'm just trying to
multiple
find where
Plaquemines
this
Parish
is.
Sheriff
I might not
units
be able
lined the
to
back of the
quickly.
typically quiet Parks of Plaquemines subdivision. Investigators
This is
received
where
a
it
tip that a
gave
car
me
was
that.
dumped in the woods. It was only discovered as the land was being cleared.
It got entangled with all the surrounding, the trees, the brush, so it turned into a big ball of debris.
This car is believed to be an El Camino, stolen after 74-year-old John Tusson was stabbed to death 26 years ago. The car was found less than a half mile from Tusson's home.
We can't confirm right now, but we do believe this vehicle may have been his vehicle that was stolen on the night of the murder.
Deputies do not have any suspects or witnesses. In fact, hardly any records exist in this case. Up until the early 2000s, reports were handwritten and stored at the courthouse. In January 2002, the courthouse was intentionally torched.
Well, anyways, Like, you know, I found this other article. I think this is the same guy. I mean, it almost has to be, right? I mean, how many John Tusson John R. Tucsons, by the way? So look at this. I found an article. He was 74 years old, so he would have been, you know, 23 years younger, so 49 maybe, something like that, or 50. No, I guess that would make him 50. So it was 1972, so it'd be 23, so 51. But look at what it says. A self-styled modern-day Leonardo da Vinci. I was going to say DiCaprio. Says he has designed 3 mobile, inexpensive devices which could have saved the victims of last week's fire, which claimed 4 lives here. Okay. John R. Tusson of Belle Chase, Louisiana. I mean, how many John Tucsons can there be from Belle Chase, right? An engineer demonstrates models of baskets, nets, and ladders, each of which could either be stored on the tops of tall buildings or moved in by a helicopter. I did notice that there's like a third and a fourth, so maybe there's a second and a third, but this age is about right for something like that. Firemen said after last week's fire at the Ralt Center building here that everyone on floors more than 10 stories up is out of reach of firefighting equipment. Tusson said his devices could either be thrown over the edge of the roofs or tall building or picked up by helicopters and carried to sites of fires. Let's see, helicopters and carried to sites of fire. Okay, yeah, you could put them on there, I guess. His working models are made from basketball nets, hooks, wires, and wood. Not that it has anything to do with anything, but it was just kind of interesting that he was in the paper, or at least, you know, you wonder why he was killed. And why would you steal his El Camino and stab him to death? Doesn't sound like it was robbery, because you left the El Camino in the woods, right? I don't know. It's such a vague story. There's not, like, almost no information at all. Hopefully they can find a single hair or something inside of that vehicle. I don't know if he did. So that's it, everybody. That's all there is on that story. There was literally 0 newspaper articles, at least on newspapers.com, about him dying. There was none. Alright, and the next one is Pamela Campbell. This is 1981. And this is when she's missing. This too doesn't have a ton of information. Huh? Oh, I got cuckoo bananas in here. I thought you left. Yeah, we heard the Howard Stern thing, cuckoo bananas, but that's not what we're talking about today. Okay, we're actually talking about these other cases. So if you want to talk about Howard Stern and all that shit, you'll have to go onto Facebook and talk about it, all right? Because we're talking about these. Is that okay? Or yeah. All right, here we go. A Bangor woman missing for more than 2 weeks has still not been located, according to local law enforcement officials. Pam Campbell, 19. Now I can get that. 84. Got her address. Here we go. 84. 4th Street. And okay. Bangor. This is way up in Maine, this one. So there you go, that's the house. A Bangor woman missing for more than 2 weeks has still not been located, according to local law enforcement officials. Pam Campbell, 19, of 84 4th Street, was reported missing on Saturday, August 15th, by her parents, Merlin and Janet Campbell of Old Town. Hey, thanks, Kathy Frydenmaker. Pamela Campbell is described as 5 foot 8 inches tall, about 130 pounds in weight, with light brown and blonde hair. She had recently been employed as a food preparer at Bangor Community College. At the time she was reported missing, she was out of work and receiving workers' compensation from the college. And, you know, to you, Cuckoo Cabanas and Zozo, I was thinking about taking the audio from that and then trying to sort of figure out what he's talking about. I've even looked up cases and so forth. But again, we were talking about this case. You know, is that okay? So I might do a show where we try to go over that audio and try to figure out any of them. Anything that he was talking about. That would be interesting. Could the person who stole the car lost it in fighting? Nah, I don't think so. I think they would have found a body inside the car, skeleton. And thank you again, Kathy Frydenmaker. Bangor police detectives are handling the investigation into the woman's disappearance, but state police and Old Town police have also investigated leads in the case. Bangor police, do they have any information on what she was doing? So, 5 foot 8, 130 pounds. She had recently been employed as a food preparer at Bangor Community College. Bangor police on August 20th recovered Pamela's car, a 1981 model red Chevrolet Chevette, from the employee's parking lot of the Bean and Conquest Chevrolet dealership on South Street. Let's see if it's still there. And I don't see South Street. Yeah, it's probably just not there anymore. So that's South Street right there. Seems like such a tiny... at the Bean and Conquest Chevrolet dealership on South Street. The car was locked and the keys were removed, according to Bangor police. No indication of foul play was discovered in or about the car. Police had evidence indicating that Pamela might have gone to Florida. Police notified law enforcement officials in Flagler County, Florida, to be on the lookout for the woman. A Florida police officer late last week positively identified Pamela as being in Florida. The positive identification proved to be false. So it wasn't positive then, right? However, police are seeking new leads in the woman's disappearance. Anyone with the information on the whereabouts of Pamela Campbell is requested to notify the Bangor Police or the Maine State Police. Okay, so that was September 1st, 1981. Then November 22nd, 1982, so 14 months later, the Maine State Police made a public appeal Sunday for information leading to the identification of a young woman's skeleton found Saturday morning in Holden. Sergeant Ralph Pinkham of the State Police Criminal Investigation Division said Sunday afternoon that the remains of a white woman believed to be 18 to 20 years old of age was examined earlier in the day. He could not comment on the woman's cause of death, but confirmed the cause was being investigated as a homicide. Although the state police have received several reports of missing women which they are investigating in connection with the discovery of the skeleton, Pinkham said assistance from the public could expedite the identification. At about 7 a.m. Saturday, Sergeant Fred Eric Bryant of the Bangor Police Department and Mrs. Deborah Bryant were hunting. So here we go, another hunting finding again. Just not mushrooms this time. Deborah Bryant were hunting in the vicinity of the South Road in Holden. So they were hunting near where that car was found, actually. That's interesting. Vicinity of the South Road. I think it's South Road, not street, so let's try that. Yeah, there we go. So that's it right there, just that little... I mean, it is wooded over here. It just says S Road, though, not South Road. Bryant notified... So this is a police officer, and he's hunting with his wife. When they discovered some skeletal remains, Bryant notified the state police, who searched the area and uncovered more bones in a shallow grave in a wooded area about 20 feet from the South Road. A wider search revealed more bones further into the woods, leading police to believe an animal may have opened the grave and spread the remains. Pinkham said the woman was believed to be 5'4". Wait, actually, hold on. So this is South Road in Holden, not Bangor. Yeah, there it is. This isn't even the right spot. That's close. It's not. So there you go. This is South Road in Holden. There you go. Holden. South Road. And it's only this length. Well, does it keep going over here? Is that... Okay, so it's going to be hard to know exactly. I think it's... changes the mill road right there. So it's really just going to be on this route right there. Discovered some skeletal remains. Bryant notified the state police, who searched the area and uncovered more bones in a shallow grave. I'm kind of confused about the where her vehicle was found. Let me open up that. Described as 5 foot. Police Bangor detectives on August 20th recovered Pamela's car, 1981 model red Chevrolet, from the employee's parking lot at the Bean and Conquest Chevrolet dealership. So that's just pure coincidence that it was South Street and South Road. Man, that's crazy. What are the odds of that? Look at that. Oh yeah, you sure? All right, let me get that. Where does it say that I look like? Like, where did you get that information? In an article? Okay, well that is where we had it. I was looking at that. That didn't look like a or near this area. Where was South Street? Yeah, right there. See, we were looking at this building right here. So that's the dealer. Okay, dealership. I see the parking lot. So thank you. Well, what do you mean you typed it in Google? It's not in Google. There isn't a Chevrolet dealership that showed up on here. I mean, this is the same thing. You type in Chevrolet dealer and it doesn't. Let's see what it says on the ground. Google Earth tells you that, though. Wow, they must have changed that up a bit. Yeah. Anyway, so that's where the car was found, somewhere around in this area. Probably over here, maybe. Doesn't really matter exactly on this situation. So the car was found there on South Street, and then she's found on South Road in Holden. I wonder if that is any... I mean, that's a little weird, right? I know, but how would you Google a Chevy dealership and find it? That's what I asked. Okay, because that's what it was called in the newspaper. But we were right there anyways. I just didn't know what it was anymore. It doesn't even look like a dealership. But that's where South Street was. I just wasn't sure because it was only a tiny little street. Okay. A wider search revealed more bones further into the woods, leading police to believe an animal may have opened the grave and spread the remains. Pinkham said the woman was believed to be 5 foot 4 inches to 5 foot 8 and in height, and pierced ears and long light brown hair. She was wearing a Lee jean jacket, blue-green velour shirt, blue heavy cotton pants, and a braided leather belt at the time of her death, which police estimate took place in spring or early summer of this year. Pinkham said the investigator... Really? Why would they believe that? That means she, even though she went missing in September, that she was alive for 7 months, then killed? That's a little odd. They found her car, so she just went missing? That doesn't make a lot of sense. See, that just shows you that their estimate's way off. Because at this point, they don't even know who she is, right? So Pinkham said the investigators were fortunate in being able to obtain considerable information regarding the woman's dental work, but they have thus far been unable to match the information. The exact cause of death was still not been ascertained. Okay, so then next day in the paper, woman's death called a homicide. And now they're going to have to change it. They were off by months, I would imagine. Dental records provided conclusive proof Monday to the identity of 19-year-old Bangor woman whose skeleton was discovered Saturday by an off-duty Bangor Police Department Sergeant Assistant Attorney General Pascal Perino, said that Pamela Campbell is a homicide victim and have been missing since August 1981. The former Old Town woman was identified after her father, Mary Campbell, or Merle, I was like, wow, Mary, but it's Merle Campbell of Old Town, contacted the Orono, Maine State Police Barracks. Miss Campbell moved to Bangor from Old Town in 1981. She was unemployed at the time of her disappearance. In August, her car was found by Bangor police on the lot of Bean and Conquest on Summer Street. Maybe that's what I should have looked at. Is that still there? Let's see. Bean and Conquest. Does any of them go right onto that? No. Alright, Bean and Conquest. An autopsy by Chief Medical Examiner Henry J. Ryan failed to pinpoint the cause of death. They knew little of the woman's background and did not initially consider the findings of her car at the Summer Street lot to be unusual, since she reportedly purchased it there. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Why would, if she purchased the car there, why would it be back in that lot? Wouldn't that mean that somebody knew where she bought it? Or, I mean, that's just, what are the odds of that? She bought the car at the lot and then her car, or maybe she was there to get something looked at? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Sooner history. That's a little weird. An autopsy by Chief Medical Examiner Henry J. Ryan failed to pinpoint the cause of death. It may take some time. The woman's remains were found by Sergeant Frederick Bryant and Mrs. Deborah Bryant at about 7 a.m. Saturday when the Hamden couple were hunting in the vicinity. Bryant notified the Maine State Police, who uncovered Miss Campbell's body in a shallow grave in a wooded area located about 20 feet from South Road. So we don't know exactly, but this is South Road, so it could be anywhere along here. From here to right there. We don't have a specific... let's see what it looked like even 20 years ago. I'm kind of wondering if any of these houses were even there. Yep. 91, they were... Some of these were still here. Most of them. Okay, so this is an article from 2 days ago. Investigators in... let's see if this plays. Hold on.
Freedom of speech is under attack.
We always find a way.
It's a 20-second ad. Sorry, guys. $11, $10, $9. That's not going to be it. Well, looks like, let me try to load this up again and see, because the picture was there. You'd think that that would be related, but it doesn't seem like it. So no. Okay, investigators in Maine are asking the public for help in solving a 1982 cold case murder involving a missing teen whose skeleton skeletal remains were found in a shallow grave. Pamela Campbell, 19, was last seen in Bangor on August 15, 1981. Maine State Police said in a call for tips about the case posted Sunday on Facebook. Her father had reported her missing the next day. She had recently moved from Old Town to Bangor. Campbell's vehicle was found days later in a parking lot. Oh, this is where it is. I probably could have got it from here. Just skipped by somewhere. Her father reported missing. Was found later in a parking lot of what was then Bean and Conquest car dealership. The 19-year-old remained missing for over a year until on November 20th, 1982, when a hunter found her skeletal remains buried in a shallow grave in a wooded area in Holden, a small town just 6 miles southeast of Bangor. Shortly after state police announced the discovery of the remains, Campbell's parents contacted investigators. No details about Campbell's death were immediately provided. Fox News, let's see, shortly after state police announced the discovery of the remains, Campbell's parents okay. No details about Campbell's death were immediately provided, saying Fox News, so this is actually on the main Fox News channel, has reached out to Maine State Police. Authorities have asked anyone with information about Campbell's death to contact the Maine State Police unit at 207-973-3750. No, I said earlier it was just hunters. I think this is about pretty much the same. Looks like the same article. So there you go. That's all there is on that one, if you can believe it. See what I'm talking about? There's like literally absolutely hardly any news whatsoever. He goes missing. Oh, by the way, we found her skeleton. She was in a shallow grave. You know, that's either a serial killer type person or somebody that knew her and wanted to, and killed her and just buried her out there so nobody would find her. I mean, it's definitely like serial killers act sometimes in a personal way, right? Because it's sort of personal for them in their minds. That's it. Buried in a shallow grave, and her vehicle is found at the car dealership where she bought her car. That's weird. So I got to use the facilities, and it's about almost time for my vacation, right? Because we got, that whole first hour was just a nightmare that bashed me mentally for... Oh, hold on a second. Wait, is that liver? Oh my God! I got sent to jail by. I saw that by Zozo. Unfortunately, that means that I don't even get to enjoy a vacation. While I sit in jail. Okay, and I got sent some cookies earlier, so I'm just gonna sit back here. Not bad. You know, when you're in prison, you just get to eat these little crappy cookies, you know. So thanks, Lee D. You're minus. Oh my God, Mag just got me out of there. Wow. Thanks, Mag. Look at that. I forgot I even had it on.
Bail money for the jailbird. Smiley face.
Thank you. Alright, so that got me bailed out. And enough money to get on my plane. To, there we go. Alright, now I'm on vacation eating my cookies. There it is, Cindy Leon, my paint chip face.
Ray, you're so mean. How dare you? I try to get people to take the vaccine.
Well, Mary Lou, I even want you to take it, okay?
So mean.
So mean. Hey, Streamlabs, it's not so mean. It's so mean. What are you guys talking about? Jim B. I think that was bogus. It wasn't a confirmed sighting. It said in the article it was a confirmed sighting that was deemed false. It wasn't a confirmed sighting. He said it was a positive ID. Hey, thanks, Sinister Sister. I mean, these cookies don't normally taste good, but they do tonight. See, they're little mini chocolate chip cookies. Well, why are you reading the articles, Living It? Just let me go over the cases on the show. See, what happens is when people read the articles and they start typing stuff in chat, they're ahead of what I'm talking about.
Gosh, Gray, you're so mean.
Nope, I'm on vacation. I've been to it. No, the Pendleton? No, I've never been to the Pendleton Roundup, right? But yes, you guys, this is the time for you to buy me drinks and so forth to keep raising funds to help support the channel, because I do the show every single day, and the charities at the end of the month. It's a vacation time. Maybe, but she already had bought the car, Pebs W. Speedos? Forget it. Yeah, you wouldn't want to see me in Speedos, man. That was a white female. Or they probably found a hair or something. Or... Hey, thanks, Jen B. We'll just pretend this is vodka, okay? Not even marked spits, Jennifer. Yeah, I used to have to wear those when I was a swimmer when I was a kid. My God. I was always so ashamed. Like, why would you want to
Margarita time.
wear less than underwear in front of people? But now they have those cool, like almost pants, or whatever you call them. Hey, thanks, Mag. Yep, I'm sure Jennifer Rochelle likes that. Oh, that's crazy, Nate Phil. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't want people to send in super chats unless you can afford it and it doesn't affect your life. Like, I don't want you to be like, oh God, I can't buy milk or
Horse.
even a
on
pack
the
of
beach.
cigarettes, to be honest with you. Thanks, living it. Oh, by the way, have you guys heard about the new low-calorie cigarettes they have out there? They're amazing. Oh, and yeah, you know what? And they announced right after they released the low-cal cigarettes is that they've got gluten-free cigarettes coming out soon as well.
Mankinis.
Hey, thanks. It's Chris. Mankini. Yeah. I'm joking, you guys. Hello. How could there ever have been gluten? You guys are crazy. It's a joke. Thank God. Isn't it obvious? It's just... people are like, what? Wow. I mean, how many calories could there ever have been in a cigarette? None. Why would there ever be any gluten in a cigarette? Come on, you guys. I thought it was pretty funny, though. Yeah. Yeah, they really are. Oh, by the way, you guys remember... I've told you, a lot of you this before, but it's been a long time. You remember Certs? You know, the candy Certs? Yeah. Well, you remember when they said Certs with Retsin? Remember that? They go, oh my God, everybody, we've got Certs with Retsin. Wow, Retsin! Holy shit, everybody! Well, it turns out Retsin was just like a chemical that was already in the damn thing. And they were struggling with marketing, so somebody goes, hey, let's just say that the chemical that's already in there is in there. But it's cool sounding. Retsin. Wow. So then they go, Certs with Retsin. Like, what does Retsin even do? It doesn't do shit, everybody. Isn't that hilarious? I mean, that's a genius move, right? Wait, we don't even have to add anything else. We'll just pick one of the crazy names that's on the... You gotta admit, that's pretty funny. You know, I'm sure Retsin had its purpose too. You know, like, you know, it was a reason they put Retsin, or whatever the hell Retsin is, in there. But you don't even have to say what it was for. You just sort of go, wow, everybody. We've got some certs for you now. But they're incredible. They've got Retsin in them. Chloe, what's going on, buddy? Oh, man. Oh, God. Yeah, she's going nuts. Yeah, she's getting her barking groove on. All right, guys. Well, thanks for the mini vacation there and the prison. Hey, Chloe, come here. Come here, Chloe. Come here, Chloe. Come here. Clickety, clickety, clack. Oh, there she is. What's going on, Chloe? What? Yeah, she's crazy. She's the instigator. You know, a little bit like Mary Lou, right? Or, you know, Zozo, same thing. All right, guys, I'm going to move on to the long one that we got to the other night. But this one might take a while. All right, this is the one that we came across, the Missouri, in that database, and I realized it was going to be bigger, so here we go. Yeah, good for you, this account. But Springfield police called off a fruitless search for 9-year-old Shirley Jane Rose Saturday night after more than 100 officers and volunteers, helped by bloodhounds and a helicopter, failed to uncover any solid clues about her mysterious disappearance Friday at dusk. The child, daughter of Mrs. Joyce Rose, was last seen by a friend shortly before 7 p.m. So shortly before 7 p.m. Friday, walking alone in the, so let's get this, 1200 South Scenic I think this is in Springfield, Missouri. Scenic okay, there we go. We got two different addresses here. 1200 South Scenic in Springfield. There it is. We don't have a number to call. Why would I want you to call in? I'm just doing a story. Is this Scenic right here? Which one of these is Scenic? So that must be it right there. Okay, and then there was an address, 1309 South Scenic. Oh, like right there in that house. One little house right there. Just yeah, it's very close. So she must have left right there and then. Woo! Sorry. Sorry. I normally turn it down when I'm sneezing, but it just kind of hit me really quick. Thank you for all the bless yous. Springfield police called off a fruitless search for a 9-year-old Shirley Jane Rose Saturday night after more than 100 officers and volunteers helped by bloodhounds and a helicopter failed to uncover any solid clues. The child's daughter, she disappeared on Friday at dusk apparently. The child daughter of Mrs. Joyce Rose was last seen by a friend shortly before 7 p.m. Friday, walking alone in the 1200 block South Scenic, only a block away from her home at 1309 South Scenic. Police broadcast an all-points lookout for a white young or middle-aged man driving a 1969 or 1970 blue Chevrolet. A white young or middle-aged man. Blue Chevrolet who was spotted pulling up behind the child and trying to talk to her as she walked along the road. Oh boy. A few blocks from her home. So just to get a feel for that, we could go down to Street View here. And I guess that was probably just a house at one point. 1309 right there. And then she was walking this direction. And then at some point, nearing that intersection, just right up the road there, somebody saw a blue van following along, probably even further back, following along trying to talk to her. However, the citizen who said he saw the car following the girl also said he never saw the child get into it. And Detective Bill Lloyd said the last sighting of the child was a few minutes later. Well, that's interesting. But he could have waited for a better place to actually get out of his van and grab her. And she was seen walking by herself toward her house with no car following her. Well, that's kind of interesting. So that means she was heading this direction. Interesting. Just seems like, what are the odds that you have a blue van we've searched house to house, door to door, building to building. We shot the works all day long, a tired Detective Sergeant Walt Ayers said Saturday night after the hunt was called off. It's been a long, long, hard day and night. I hope someone would come here and say, I found that little girl wandering out on a street somewhere. But I don't think that will happen. Ayers said the police department will now have to wait for a new lead because any further searching on a large scale probably would be fruitless. Officers and volunteers covered all areas of the city and combed the area where the child disappeared. Miss Rose called police at 7:43 p.m., about an hour after her daughter failed to return home following a visit to the home of her grandparents, Mr. and Mrs. Joe Peck. Now let's put that in there. 865 865 South West Avenue. Man, tonight's show has the South in there, right? Okay, that makes sense. See, right there. And this is Mr. and Mrs. Apparently women just lost their names back in the day. It's like, hey, Mrs. Joe Peck. No, her name is probably like Cindy or something. I always wondered about that. It always bugged me a little bit. Because my mom was a single mother, so I was kind of like, why should she ever be called anything but her name? I mean, that's almost Taliban-ish, right? Yeah, I guess. Mag said, kind of like you lose your name when you're a mom. Yeah, I guess that's right. You're just mom. Hey, mom. Hey, mom. And then your husband says, hey, do what your mom said. Like, how often does your husband actually say, hey, Cindy, right? I mean, when he's talking to you, you kind of know. I always think it's weird when you're 4 feet away from somebody and they go, Gray, let me ask you something. And I always look around and go, well, there's nobody else here. Why do you need to refer to my first name? I mean, I'm pretty sure you're talking to me. I'm right here. You just need to say, let me ask you something. Not, Gray, let me ask you something. Really weird. Huh? Well, they're just trying to be personal, Gray, and that... So this is the grandmother's house. I guarantee that's the exact same house. Oh, look at that. That looks like the April Tinsley door where John Miller wrote his message. Thank you, D&K Reck. The child is eating dinner at the home on Southwest and left at about 6:30. So let's put that on there. This is going to be 6:30 p.m. She walked west on Grand. I think it's going to be kind of obvious. I think that's probably Grand Street right here, I would imagine. That's Lombard. Wow, that looks... Oh, we have a Lombard over here. So, 6:30 p.m. She walked west on Grand, then south on Scenic. So, is this Grand? No, there's Grand. So, she from here... So, her route would be like this. Let's put this in there. Boom, 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 boom. And then... there, and then this direction. Hey, thank you, Cami Curry. D&K Reck. Okay, so there's the route. See how important like mapping actually is? People always seem like, yeah, but if you didn't have a map, you'd always have to be wondering what the hell you're looking at. So it's 6:30, she's over with Mr. and Mrs. Joe Peck, her grandparents, and then she's walking home, and then right around in this area, somebody sees her with a van, a blue van following her. Thank you, Rita Schaefer. And then she's walking this direction towards home and never makes it there, which is crazy. That means she was almost home. She walked west on Grand, then south on Scenic towards her home, about 5 blocks away. Some children playing a few houses north of Shirley's home told police later that they noticed her walking home, and it looked as if she was about to come up to see them. But apparently she noticed they were about to leave, and she continued walking home. So just a few houses north. That's weird. So well, they're here. Let's see what it looked like in 90. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's... Yeah, it could be up here, actually. That's why it's... Okay, so a few houses north. So these aren't going to be homes here. I don't think. I think they're talking about these. So somewhere in between. I bet you it's right here where the friends saw her. Friends saw Shirley. And then between that location and home, which is, you know, it's not a short distance. I bet it's like a quarter of a mile anyways. 0.32 miles. Maybe that van got her maybe around in this intersection. Now, it's your daughter's birthday? What's your daughter's name? We'll have Mary Lou sing it. What's your daughter's name?
Yeah, what the hell's the name?
Well, that's kind of rude, Mary Lou.
Well, I want to get it over with, okay? Gee.
Oh, man. I might even have Timmy sing it.
Okay, great, G. I'll do it, okay.
Okay, well, do it nicely then, okay. All right?
Happy birthday to Katrina. Happy birthday to Katrina. Happy birthday to Katrina. Happy birthday to you.
You're having a hard time getting that note.
And many more.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you were supposed to say that. Sorry for interrupting you there, John Boy.
No problem, Greg. Thank you.
Oh, that sounded really cheesy and fake. All right, well, hey, good job, Mary Lou. Other than that last part, when it sounded like you were hacking your lungs out, you're not smoking again, are you, Mary Lou?
Well, I'm smoking a little bit. Some of those low-carb cigarettes you were talking about earlier. You really got me back into smoking, Greg.
You see, that's what happens when somebody tells you false information, and then you might actually start smoking a low-cal cigarette because you think they're low-cal, okay? They don't exist. You know what I think, though? If you made a packet of cigarettes out there and you put on, you said, cool cigarettes, the new low-cal version. Oh, man, those things will fly off the shelf. They wouldn't even ask what's going on.
Gee, Gray, thanks.
All right, now we're back to this, all right? So happy birthday and everything to Katrina. I hope I said it right. It was spelled differently than... Hey, thanks for joining the channel, Gen B. I probably lost a couple earlier because I was trying to promote how good the vaccines are, and they didn't like it, so... All right, here we go. We've got some children playing a few houses north of Shirley's home told police later that they noticed her walking home, and it looked as if she was about to come up to see them, but apparently she noticed they were about to leave, and she continued walking home. It was in this area, South Scenic between... Oh, here we go. Wow, let's see how close we are. Catalpa. And, hold on. Let's see if I was even close. And Bennett. So where's Bennett Street? So this is Catalpa. And Bennett's right here. So why would... Huh. So this is where somebody else saw. Wow, so why would that's really weird. So this is Catalpa, and this is Bennett. And it was in this area, South Scenic, between Catalpa and Bennett, that a citizen spotted a blue Chevy slowly pulling up behind a girl who fit the child's description. 3'5" to 3'8", with medium brown hair, brown eyes, and wearing a white blouse. Officers said a sheriff department bloodhound tracked a scent from the home where the children were playing to a parking lot about 50 yards away at Catalpa and Scenic. So right here then. This is Scenic, Catalpa. So maybe either somewhere around in here. Scent dog tracked scent to here. Now this has a lot of information. See, that's what I'm saying. These old articles are so much better. With medium brown hair. Officer said a sheriff's department bloodhound. See, the blue van was spotted in this area right here. So it was blue van somewhere around in this area. I don't know exactly. Officers said a sheriff's department bloodhound tracked a scent from the home where the children were playing to a parking lot about 50 yards away at Catalpa and Scenic. The dog retracked. Let me see, when they say 50 yards away. I bet it's this parking lot, because that's the home. Let's see what 50 yards does. Hold on. Yeah, not a little bit more than that, but I'm going to put it over here. I mean, this is a parking lot, though. Maybe it's just like right there, maybe. I don't know. But I think this is where the friends saw her, right in this area. Officers said a sheriff department bloodhound tracked the scent from the home. Okay, we got that. According to police information officer Jack Sifford, but always lost the scent. The dog retracked several times, but always lost the scent at the same spot, a driveway off Scenic leading to the parking lot. So this is Scenic. So right here then, I bet it, I guess it could be right there, right? A driveway leading to the parking lot. So let's just put it right there. It could be that one, but this is an actual parking lot here. This doesn't seem to be. I guess that could be this little area right there. So it's either right there or right there, I would think. Although it set off of Scenic, though, didn't it? So that would be right here. Or, it could be right there or right there. That's all we know. When Mrs. Rose called police, she said it was unusual that her daughter would be outside after dusk because she was afraid of the dark and always was home by sunset. Officers then began a door-to-door search of the area, and the hunt continued. Saturday morning, about 75 civil defense and REACT volunteer members of Coral, a citizens band radio group, Sheriff deputies and Aurora Rescue Squad volunteers joined police officers and the child's neighbors and relatives in the massive search that lasted past sunset Saturday. A National Guard helicopter manned by police officers swept through the area, sometimes only 50 feet off the ground. The helicopter was dispatched to an area miles east from where the child disappeared, near Sunshine and US 65 bypass. From where the child disappeared near Sunshine and US, after a citizen reported seeing a girl walking along the bypass. About 1:30 p.m., nothing was found, officers said. The foot search of all wooded area, barns, empty buildings, and creeks in the southwest part of Springfield continued. Sort of sounds a little bit like Summer Wells, right? Just kind of poof, just gone, right? Nobody has any idea. And there's a sighting of a vehicle, but sheriff deputies and volunteers also searched all rural Greene County roads to the south and west, but nothing was found. Saturday afternoon, Detective Lloyd said, "I've satisfied myself that she's not lost. We've combed the area and found absolutely no trace of her. I'm down to foul play all the way." But Lloyd, yeah, see again, remember, there's no indication, like in the Summer case, they can't find her, they've looked everywhere. So now it's down to, there's probably foul play involved, whether she was abducted by a random person or something happened with the family and she was, removed or hidden somewhere. And that's might take a while to get through this one. It's got so much information. Police are now hoping that anyone who thinks they have any information about the case will contact the department, but it doesn't look good. Alright, so that was the article on the 19th. 1975, that was October 19th, 1975. Now we're on October 20th, 1975. Shirley's mom pleads, "I want my baby back." Shirley Jane Rose, his desk in the 4th grade at Portland School was empty today. The 9-year-old disappeared Friday evening, and law enforcement officers fear foul play. At home today, at 1309 South Scenic, the child's mother, Mrs. Joyce Rose, and Shirley Jane's 2 sisters and 2 brothers waited alone, hoping for word about what they believe is an abduction case. "All I can say about it is that I want my baby back," Mrs. Rose told a reporter. "I can't understand why anybody would want to take a 9-year-old child." Worry about her daughter's whereabouts has made Mrs. Rose ill, and she said she had no idea where Shirley Jane might be. "If I did, I would have done something about it," she said. The girl was last seen by a friend shortly before 7 p.m. Friday, walking alone in the 1200 block South Scenic, only a block from her home. Mrs. Rose called police, who searched exhaustively all weekend for the child at 7:43 p.m. Friday, about an hour after Shirley Jane was due home. Her mother said the child is afraid of the dark and never stays outside past dusk. Today, Mrs. Rose noted her daughter also is afraid of traffic and dislikes crossing streets. The brown-eyed girl had short brown hair and is petite, weighing about 55 pounds on a 3 feet 5 inch to 3 feet 8 inch frame. She was wearing white long pants, a white blouse, Friday evening, with no sweater or jacket. Her mother said Shirley Jane definitely would not have run away, and she said friends of the girl had been able to offer no clues to her disappearance. Intensive investigation continued today. We aren't giving up hope that the child will turn up alive and well somewhere, but so far we have found nothing to guarantee that. Miss Rose says she didn't think publishing her plea for a return of Shirley Jane would help the child, but you can try it. Yep, and then we're moving on to the 21st. Police were holding a 34-year-old man for questioning today in connection with the weekend disappearance of a 9-year-old girl. Police said the man was arrested Sunday night and would be given a lie detector test today. Authorities said today they believe foul play was involved in the disappearance of Shirley Jane Rose, who was reported missing Friday night. She disappeared while walking the few blocks from her grandmother's house to her home. More than 100 law enforcement officers and volunteers searched the area Saturday with the help of the National Guard helicopter. Alright, now we're moving on to the next day. Two freed in search. Springfield, Missouri. 2 men questioned in connection with the disappearance of a 9-year-old girl over the weekend have been released, and police said yesterday they were continuing to follow up leads. Police said they had picked up 2 men but released both Monday after questioning. Authorities said foul play was believed involved in the disappearance of Shirley Jane Rose, who disappeared Friday night while walking the few blocks from her grandmother's house to her own home. More than 100 police officers and volunteers searched the area Saturday, but no further massive searches have been conducted. And then the next day, on the 23rd of October, investigation continued today in the disappearance of 9-year-old Shirley Jane Rose of 1309 South Scenic. Authorities were looking for the girl who vanished last Friday evening while walking about a block from her home. And a 1969 or 1970 blue Chevrolet spotted pulling up behind the child, apparently only minutes before she was last seen. So those girls that she almost played with probably went inside and didn't see the blue van abduct her. This is October, so it's almost dark around that time. I mean, look at that. Only $530 in the fund. Wow, hey. A fund established to aid in the search for missing 9-year-old girl Shirley Jane Rose of 1309 South Scenic has reached approximately $530. Yeah, I mean, they're you know, so. Detective Sergeant Bob Humphrey said a blue 1969 or 1970 Chevrolet with a dent in the right rear fender is still being sought. I wonder how they knew about. I mean, that's pretty good detail for a kid to, or anybody to notice. A witness saw it stop near the girl about the time she disappeared. The car was driven by a man 25 to 32 years old. All right, this is November 18th. Arrest order issued in case of missing girl. Police issued an arrest order for a 20-year-old man Monday in connection with the disappearance of 9-year-old Shirley Jane Rose. The girl is believed to have been abducted by a motorist while walking a block from her home the evening of October 17th. Numerous persons have been questioned about the incident, but no definite leads have turned up. They described the latest arrest order as just another in the interrogation series. Alright, then we got 4 days after that, November 22nd. Now there's way more people. 8 persons were questioned this week about the October 17th disappearance of Shirley Jane Rose, but no leads have resulted, according to police detective Bill Lloyd. We've been pursuing several leads, but they're all ended up dead ends. The 9-year-old girl was last seen by a friend shortly before 7 p.m. as she walked alone the 1200 block of Scenic, a block from her home. More than 100 officers and volunteers, bloodhounds, and a helicopter participated in the initial search. Lloyd said 3 of the 8 persons were given polygraph tests, but their examinations proved negative. Which means nothing. Alright, then 3 weeks after that, 1975, December 14th. Now look at that. That's crazy. 2 men searching for beaver dams a quarter-mile below McDaniel Lake. So let's see where McDaniel Lake is. I mean, shitty news. So, man, almost like a straight shot drive. So this is the lake right here. 2 men searching for beaver dams a quarter-mile below McDaniel Lake Saturday afternoon found a shallow grave containing the badly decomposed body of 8-year-old Shirley Jane Rose, who disappeared while walking home at sunset 58 days ago. So we'll just say somewhere around in here, you know. I mean, look at that. It's pretty wild. You know, boom, get on a freeway and go straight up the freeway. And then you just, whatever it is, you get off one of these exits and... nuts. Yeah, brutal. What are you talking about, drama? I don't know. I'm just doing the show, man. How can there be this many people abducting children? It can't be opportunistic drivers. I'd like to do a study on what day of the week I don't know. I mean, it's just they do it all the time. We did a show earlier this year where this girl was just playing on a street on a piece of grass near a road. This guy drove by her, then he drove his car, stopped the car, and he sprinted out of his car, grabbed her, and tried to get her back into his car, but she fought off, and then he just drove away. I mean, so that's how quickly these guys do it. They do that. They just drive around sometimes and see a straggling girl, and, you know, they are opportunistic. That's what they do, is a lot of these pedophile monster wackos. So, you guys remember that one, right? Okay, so the men searching for a beaver dam a quarter mile, and she disappeared 58 days ago. Detectives using dental records positively identified the body at 7:30 p.m. Saturday. See, this could be the same exact scenario in the Summer Wells case, even if it's one of the parents. Like, she's just put somewhere, and it's going to be just a miracle. Somebody hunting or somebody like that. And this is like a miracle that she was found, obviously. Detective Bill Lloyd, and that quickly too, has headed the 2-month investigation. We're going back to work on it, and added that investigators would be returning to the grave early today to search for clues. Lloyd said there was no way investigators could determine if the child had been sexually assaulted. The body had been in the grave for some time. The child, daughter of Mrs. Joyce Rose, mysteriously disappeared about 6:45 p.m. on October 17th while walking the several blocks from her grandmother's home on Southwest Avenue to her home at 1309 South Scenic. For the first 24 hours, hundreds of police officers and volunteers, helped by bloodhounds and a helicopter, searched for her. After the massive hunt was called off, detectives fruitlessly checked numerous possible leads. Investigators said the body was clothed in the same garments Shirley Jane Rose was wearing. You know, it does make you wonder if she actually made it home, doesn't it? And then something happened. But, you know, the blue van makes you... It was definitely seen by somebody, so... Was wearing, when she was last seen, white slacks and an embroidered blouse with a drawstring. Part of the body was sticking out of the grave. Probably an animal pulled her out, and it appeared... Oh, there you go. That animal's... You know, it does say that next sentence, but I didn't see it. Digging around, it had partially uncovered the remains, police said. I wish I was a speed reader where I could read the chunks at the same time, but I just go one word at a time because that's what I do, man. The grave was found a quarter-mile west of the dam. There we go. And below the lake. The grave was found... So where's the dam on it? Is that a bridge or the dam? Isn't this whole thing a dam? I think it's over here. I think that's the dam, because see, there's the creek, and then right here is the dam. Okay, so thanks, Lee D. Embankment. The grave was found a quarter-mile west of the dam and below the lake on city land, along a small gully close to Little Sac River. Okay. So let's do what they're saying. So that's a quarter mile. And then below the lake on city land along a small gully close to the Little Sac River. So maybe like right there, you know? Because there's a gully. Yeah. I think that's probably pretty close. Thanks, Lee D. The body was removed about 4:30 p.m. when Dr. Busiek arrived, and remains were taken to Commercial Street Embalming Service. David Kaiser, why do you have to put that in there? Jeez. We were down. Why do you need to take it to her to embalm? I think you're just saying coroner. You know. I mean, you're not going to embalm a skeleton. That'd be pretty strange. Yeah, we're going to have a viewing later, everybody. We're going to embalm. I mean, it's just... It's nuts, right? David Kaiser, 20, of Route 1, Brookline, assistant caretaker of the lake, and a friend, 19-year-old David Stucker, were helping Shelton and Thompson look for beavers in beaver dams when the body was discovered. We were down there because we had been having some trouble with beavers eating the splashboards on the dam, Kaiser said. Roy and Lawrence were down below us, and we were up on the bank of the dam when we heard them call for us. Oh, there you go. See, I think it's just like right there. Let me see if it looked any different back in... I bet it doesn't, but... That's 96. 85, I can see it looks the same. If you just kind of squint your eyes, you can see general shapes that are still there, so I think that is right. And I bet you... I wonder if you can go... Hey. Oh, man, almost. Like right there will give you a decent view of what we're looking at here. Oops. Yeah, so it would have just been up there a little bit, not too far though. Too bad it wasn't fall, you could see more, but... Yeah, and look at that, they were just checking beaver dams in this area, and then somebody standing up here, so it could even be like right in there. Hey Lee D, that was the shortest wave in the history of mankind. But thank you. We were down there because we'd been having some trouble with beavers. Kaiser said Shelton and Thompson at first thought they saw the foot of a tree protruding from the ground, but looked closer and saw it was part of a body. When police uncovered the body, they found its face down in the grave with the arms folded about the body and the legs folded back up and under and but back up and over the back of the body. Okay, so like her knees were bent. Oh, wait, so her arm, almost like she was bound in a way, right? With arms folded about the body, well, kind of like this, I would think. Folded about the body. I'm not sure what that means. And the legs folded back. Probably like if you were on your knees and you fell backwards. Shortly before 7 p.m., detectives sent a chaplain to contact the child's mother and grandparents because even though the dental records hadn't yet been checked, they were almost positive they had the body of the missing Rose child. Okay, now we're on December 15th, 1975. This is a long time ago, you guys. This is 46 years ago. Strangulation is listed as the probable cause of death for 9-year-old Shirley Jane Rose, whose body was discovered in a shallow grave north of here Saturday. Greene County Medical Examiner Dr. Erwin Busiek said the youngster had a blouse knotted around her neck, oh boy, indicating strangulation. Also, it indicates that some of her clothing was removed. But he said the decomposed state of the body made an exact determination impossible. Well, no, it's not. You know, it's 99.9%. You don't need to be, well, you know, listen. See, here's one of those cases where if there was somebody on a jury that when presented with, well, her blouse was knotted around her neck, but we weren't able to, and then the prosecution said, we believe she was strangled, and the defense said, well, we don't. She could have just been wearing it as an ornament. Okay, anybody on a jury that would believe and give reasonable doubt to the moron who said that shouldn't ever have been on the jury in the first place, right? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Did you hear what I said? 5 brain cells, 4 aren't working.
That's right. That's right. Her body was found near McDaniel Lake, north of Springfield, by the lake caretaker. Busiek said the girl was still wearing the same clothes that she vanished in. He said he could not determine whether she had been sexually assaulted. The girl had been walking home from her grandmother's house, was still wearing the same clothes that she vanished in. But what about the blouse? I mean, was the blouse, she wasn't wearing that, or was that a whole different blouse from somebody else? The girl had been walking home from her grandmother's house when she disappeared. More than 100 persons joined in a search for her in the days following the incident. 2 men questioned in the matter were later released. And this is another article from that same day. I don't know if it has anything new in it. Strangulation is listed as a probable cause of death. Greene County Medical Examiner Dr. Owen Bussey says the youngster had a blouse knotted around her neck, indicating strangulation, but he said the decomposed state of the body made an exact determination impossible. The girl, who had been missing since neighbors saw her get into a car about a block from her Springfield home on October 17th. Okay, there's actually a picture of the crime scene area right there. I would imagine that's even probably the shallow grave right there next to this tree. You know, there's something really amazing. Like the photographs that people took 30, 40 years ago of people investigating are so much more artistically... I mean, I don't know if it's the black and white part of it or what, but it just... They're all better because they seem natural. And it's almost like you could frame some of these things, you know? Like this image here is pretty amazing. I always think of doing that sometime. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but like some of these images that we've found doing the show, if you literally frame them, even though they're crime related, at least you have some remembrance of a case that you covered. Much like how detectives put the images of victims on the walls and so forth. Here, let me see what this looks like when you color it correctly, or not color it, but change the contrast. That's too light. Yeah, no, it's weird. Some of the pictures are so amazing over the years, just in those PDF files. You know, the looks on people's faces. They capture these great moments where you don't really see that anymore. It's always like there's tape around, somebody's going, "Hey, get back," you know. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that was a different program. It was this one. Yeah, see, that's way better right there. Look at that. Boom. See, now that's really, everything pops out. You got look at the difference between that and this. See? I mean, I would even make it, you could probably do it manually. It would be pretty good. Actually, the auto one worked the best. Right there. Boom. See? And then you could probably crop it out. Probably do something like... Keep this part is cool to have in it. So you probably do something like... Just like that. Man. Wouldn't that be amazing? Have that framed and just... You know, just to remind you of a case that you talked about. It's kind of what I used in the beginning of my Nefarious videos. Okay. A 22... Well, let's see, where are we at? After a girl's body found. A 22-year-old Springfield man was given a lie detector test Sunday as police investigation continued into the death of 9-year-old Shirley Jane Rose. The test outcome was described as inconclusive and questioning continued Sunday night. Bob Humphrey said the man probably would be released unless further evidence implicates him. Investigation into the child's October 17th disappearance changed from abduction to murder Saturday, when her partially decomposed body was found in a shallow grave west of McDaniel Lake Dam. Identification was made through dental charts. When the body was found, her blouse was her blouse. See, when you say she was wearing the same... See, that's what's stupid about whatever that medical examiner said. Well, you know, we can't really tell because she was wearing the same clothes. Well, no, her blouse was tied around her neck in a knot. When the body was found, her blouse was her blouse, not a blouse. Her blouse was tied around her neck, indicating strangulation. Was the possible cause of death, and is the possible cause of death? No, it is the cause of death. Police said x-rays were taken of the remains for further checking, but a metal detector taken to the scene turned up no bullets. Yeah, and you probably didn't find any nick marks on her bones, so she probably wasn't stabbed, and strangulation is very silent. Officers returned to the site Sunday for a more detailed search, but again found no helpful clues. The girl apparently was abducted while walking to her home. Apparently, that's kind of an interesting term, because now that sort of leaves open the door that she did make it home. The man questioned by police Sunday, or at least gives you the possibility. The man questioned by police Sunday had a vehicle similar in description to the one reportedly seen in the vicinity, except for the digging of animals. The girl's body might not have been discovered for a longer time. Right. Like she was pulled out and then obviously seen. It was found by lake caretaker Roy Shelton, 55, and a friend, Lawrence M. Thompson, 68, while they were walking back to Shelton's home. There was actually two other guys. Seeing what happened to be seeing what appeared to be parts of... I gotta zoom in on this. That's so small. Seeing what appeared to be parts of a body under a clump of trees, they notified police. Numerous persons have been questioned by police during the intensive investigation. Graveside services for the child will be at 2 p.m. Tuesday. She is survived by her father, Charles Harvey Rose of Omaha, Nebraska, mother, Mrs. Joyce Ellen Rose of the home, two brothers, Charles and Michael, and two sisters, Joyce and Shannon. So that's a place where you can do genealogy type of work. When you get, a lot of times in the genetic genealogy, they use things like this. This a little bit of an obituary at the end here. And you can get all the different names and then start building out trees with that. Alright, now we move 4 years into the future. Man, we're almost at 3 hours. Whew, yikes. Okay, this article had other people, but I'm just going to read her part. Shirley Jane Rose's decomposed body was found December 13, 1975 in a shallow grave at McDaniel Lake, nearly 2 months after she disappeared about a block from her home at 1309 South Scenic. The girl was coming home from a dinner at her grandparents' house when she disappeared October 17. A witness reported seeing a young or middle-aged white man driving a blue Chevrolet following Shirley and apparently trying to talk to her. The witnesses did not see Shirley get into the car. However, and then police arrest a 34-year-old man October 19th, but he was released. We couldn't get enough information, Ayers said. Oh, don't worry about it, Lee D. You know, we're not quite up to our normal night goal, but you know, it's not too far away, so we try to bring in around at least 250 a night. You think that'd be pretty easy with as many people that watch, but and that way at the end of the month I can justify doing 3-hour shows every single night, plus we are able to donate a ton of money to charity. Yeah. And like I've told you guys 1,000 times before, we are at let's see, the Charlie Project so far has $500. RAIN, which is violence against women, is $2,500. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which would be perfect for this case, $3,700. And then the Libby Nabby Ballpark, $1,500. And then our DNA fund that we're using for Identifinders is $14,500. That's also through a non-profit, though. And then Texas Equisearch is $3,300. And the Innocence Project, $500. So that's where we're at. And it's $26,500 this calendar year, and last year was $22,000, making a grand total of $500 that this channel has donated because of the generous freaks like yourself, where we continually, every single night of every single day of the year, bring in funds. Okay? I know a lot of you contribute a lot more than others, and that, you know, maybe it's because you can afford it. So I really appreciate you guys just, you know, always helping out all the time. And that's really the only way we can do this. They're the same, Dorothy. Yeah. But that's good. I mean, it's not worse, right? And thank you, Lee D, Carolina Girl, Nicole Wilson, and Sarita. About, you think, like, I don't know. I mean, back then, actually, how old was she at the time? I don't even remember. Hold on. Wasn't it like 7 or something? Oh, 9? Is that what it was? Okay, 9. Yeah, I mean, 1981. No, 75. That's, people walked home. That's what they did. You got to look at the time frame. That was before, you know, all the barbarians were out there. So it's not that weird. It's only a few blocks away, too. Kids could just play. And a woman caller who claimed she knew about the Rose killing later was questioned, but police determined she was lying. Probably a psychic. Greene County Coroner Erwin Busiek said the girl might have been strangled because a blouse was found knotted around her neck. That's a good clue. He could not determine the exact cause of death, however. Of course. And then 1982, we're moving 3 years into the future. April 2nd, 1982. I was waiting for Zozo to type 9 in 20 minutes later. I'll see you die in gas chamber, judge tells killer in open letter. So this is sort of a weird twist in the story here. See, look at this crazy shit. In an open letter to the so far undetermined killer of a 9-year-old girl, a county judge said the child was forced to watch the digging of her grave. He threatened to kill her with the gas chamber. I am personally going to see that you are sent to the gas chamber, Greene County Circuit Judge Don Clow told the killer in a letter sent Thursday to the Springfield News Media. I'm going to be present when they strap you in, and it's going to be the happiest day of my life. Judge Clow warned new evidence soon will be available in the death of Shirley Jane Rose. He invited witnesses to the slaying to come forward voluntarily or also face the death sentence. The child disappeared October 17, 1975. Her decomposed body was found December 13, 1975 in a shallow grave near a municipal water supply north of Springfield. So that you will know what I know, exactly the way things happen. I'm going to tell you about the last few minutes of Shirley's life, the letter said. These facts have never been published by the news media. Shirley was taken out to McDaniel Lake. She was told she would be killed. She was made to stand there and watch the grave being dug. She was crying. When the grave was ready, you took your bare hands and strangled her. Well, that doesn't match up with the thing around her neck, right? You were not alone. There were a number of other people with you. Judge Clow said the child was abducted because the killer thought certain drugs would be returned to him or he would be paid for them if he had the child to trade. Unfortunately for Shirley, the search for her came about so fast that you panicked and killed her. Judge Clow said he had received the information. Listen to this part's kind of interesting though. See, this judge said that he received the information when he was a lawyer from a client and therefore could not disclose the source's identity. So it sort of sounds like, wow, you know. The former client, who is ill and could die at any moment, has been afraid to talk but wants the information about the killing released when he dies, the judge said. Yeah, that's actually like a scenario that you wouldn't think of. You know, that's definitely not a typical one. Although, you know, people do bring that up, you know, like even in the Wells case, that's a theory that people have. Some sort of drug. Anyways, Greene County Associate Circuit Judge Don Clow's open letter to persons involved in the 1975 murder of 9-year-old Springfield girl has not brought police any closer to solving the crime. We still do not have any new leads, said Sergeant Bob Humphrey. So now it's sort of, now you're kind of like, well, geez, well, how could it not? But then it makes you wonder if, you know, it's even credible. At this time, what he has done has not helped to my knowledge. A person who Clow said named as suspect was interviewed by Detective Monday and provided no new information, Humphrey said. The witness was given a polygraph examination, and police would say only that the results were conclusive and not helpful. The letter released Thursday detailed the last moments of the girl's life. In the letter, Clow promised the child's killer to be personally will see child's killer that he personally will see he is sent to the gas chamber. Clow said he received several calls in response to the letter, but many of the callers did not want to talk with him. I'm making notes. If they say things like, I don't want to be identified, I've asked them to give what they will. I'm asking them to call back in 2 or 3 weeks. I may start referring them directly to police. Anyways, it sounds like they're a little bit, hey, thanks, Charleston Amy. Thank you. And then 4 months later, August 4th, 1982. Greene County Associate Circuit Judge Don Clouse said today he will comply with a disciplinary commission that he not write any further letters similar to the open letter he wrote to the killer of Shirley Jane Rose. I sincerely regret that my strong desire to have the Rose case solved has caused even the appearance of impropriety and will have no further comments on the Rose case. Yeah, so he got admonished for that. All right, then 1995. So I'm just going to go through this whole thing because this is like pretty much one of the last. Let's see, hold on. Yeah, pretty much one of the last full kind of big stories on this. So here we go. 20 years ago, Shirley Jane Rose left her grandmother's house to walk 5 blocks home. She never made it. Her body was found 2 months after she disappeared. 9 years old, Shirley Jane had been strangled with her own shirt. Though investigators believe... see, that's one of the things that would have made me go, what do you mean with your own hands? There's a shirt around her neck. To that Clow guy. Though investigators believe Shirley... That's why, you know what? Check this out. What parallel did the Clow instance have with what we always hear about the crime scene? Go ahead. Type it in. What is the parallel that we always hear about the crime scene and then what Clow said? Okay, nobody's answering. The answer is that, remember how they always say, we don't want to tell people what's at the crime scene, because when somebody tells us what they know about the crime scene, we'll know if they're telling the truth or not. And so that's exactly what this is. Here's Clow, and he strangled her with his own hands, but yet the evidence at the scene shows that there's a knotted blouse around her neck. So that's probably why they went, yeah, this guy's full of crap. See? And that's the answer. I think that's what MMB is saying. Only the killer will know. And that's Clow was wrong. Okay. Though investigators believe... hold on. Let me get to a different screen here. You guys have been staring at my face long enough. Nobody typed in look it. I know it's correct. Oh my God. Oh, I gotta... I almost have to delete that one, Sarita, because you use it in that same context. Correct. Okay. Though investigators believe Shirley Jane's killer is still alive and still in Springfield, no one has ever been charged with her death. Why no resolution? Police entered a drug-ridden quagmire as they searched for Shirley Jane's killer in 1975. See, that's sort of interesting. Right there, right? Because that does match the Clow deal with the drugs. Joyce Rose, Shirley Jane's mother, admitted to police she sold marijuana. And that's a big deal back in 75 when it was totally illegal. She was a seller of it. Informants who called to tell police about a boyfriend involved in the killing never called back and didn't leave their names. So informants who called to tell police about a boyfriend. A boyfriend of who? of the mom, and didn't leave their names, presumably because they feared the killer's retribution. Others, who apparently had valuable information about Shirley Jane's death, would not talk to police because of their own involvement with drugs. It was a case that struck fear in the residents, the first of its kind. One officer recalls that caused people to lock their doors at night. And it's a case that still could be solved, police said. Not only is the killer believed to be in Springfield, I guess it's what if the guy is telling the truth, but the witness just thought he used his bare hands, but he kind of was over there with the knot or something, and it just looked like that. Because the rest of that story is could be pretty accurate, right? About the drug. I wonder how the judge knew about that back then. And in a case that still could be solved, police say, not only is the killer believed to be in Springfield, so are those who called with information. Those people haven't forgotten what happened. Similar cases, neither has her mother. When Joyce Rose, 54, heard about the April 8th disappearance of 12-year-old Michelle Leanne Winter, she said she told her daughter, Shannon, that Michelle was no runaway. The disappearance of Shirley Jane Rose and Michelle Winter were uncannily similar. Both girls vanished as they walked home. Both girls vanished as they walked home during early evening hours. Both were blocks away from their houses when they were last seen, and both were found buried in shallow graves. Shirley Jane near McDaniel Lake Dam, Michelle on a farm road near Cape Fear. Let me check something out. Michelle Leanne Winter. Hold on. Murder of Michelle No, that's not it. Yeah, it's not in there. Weird. Shirley Jane near McDaniel Lake Dam, Michelle on a farm road near Cape Fear in Stone County. Discussion of the deaths prompts Rose's recollection of her daughter. She was a good kid, Rose said. She had odd little traits. I would be forever throwing things away, empty salt boxes or pepper cans, and I'd go into her room for something and find them in her drawer. She played house with them. Rose chuckles then continues. Shirley Jane loved jewelry. Rose owned a necklace made from a coin. The necklace one day disappeared, and Rose blamed her sons, thinking they sold it for cigarette money. About a year after she died, we found the necklace in a sack of junk jewelry up under my dad's grape arbor where Shirley used to play. For an instant, sitting in the chair in the living room of her small West Side apartment, Rose's eyes fill with tears. Some of the memories still sting, Rose says. Police allegations that Shirley Jane was killed because one of Rose's drug deals went bad are false, she says forcefully. She never owed anyone drug money. She paid up front, then purchased more with money left over after she bought groceries and paid bills. She can recall, this is weird, right? It is. Oh boy. Yeah, just gotta wait a second there, Zozo, you know. Yikes. Doesn't exist. She once brought some marijuana that had been dried in clothes dryer, burning out the chemical that creates the drug high. Okay, she says she can only recall one incident that would substantiate the drug motive for the daughter's death. She once bought some marijuana that had been dried in a clothes dryer. What a dummy, huh? Burning out the chemical, THC, that creates the drug high. The marijuana was worthless, she said, so she had a party and gave it away. Another drug dealer, Jim Sullivan, later killed execution style at his home in Billings, met with Rose before his death. Wow, okay. Yeah, well. Hey, listen, the silver leaf. She was strangled with it, okay? I always think it's funny when people talk about how they did something, therefore, yeah, therefore we just throw it all out, though. Yes, of course, it was knotted around her neck. It wasn't, it's not like how, like, it's not like loosely sitting there. I love how people always want to just say how, hey, I've got the counter argument because when I was a kid, I would do it like this. Therefore, it's all not possible. It's definitely not possible, or it is very unlikely that they were strangled with the shirt. Yeah. Like out of nowhere, somebody doesn't make a comment for the entire show. But by God, when I was a kid, I put a shirt around my neck, and therefore,
You agree? That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Yep, sure is. All right, so we're down here. It says another drug dealer, Jim Sullivan, later killed execution style at his home in Billings, met with Rose before his death. Yeah. Okay, so you wore 2 blouses? Was that what you're saying? The Silverleaf? You would wear 2 blouses. Interesting. I get what you're saying. But obviously, if she has a blouse, she wasn't dressed in the clothes that she was wearing. If one of the items she was wearing was around her neck, but they keep saying that same thing over and over. Right? Let's see. Yeah, we already figured it out. Drama must remain on the stage. So we're going to have to remove that one. Let's see. Yes, we live in an area that was very common. Right, but she's not dressed in the clothes that she had on, right? Because in her case, the other one was wrapped around her neck because she was strangled with it. No, not like an undershirt. Yeah. Take the second one off and tie it with a knot and put it over my head. See, that's what I'm saying. See, like she's saying it wasn't used for that. Yeah. So anyway, let me continue on here. It's absolutely meaningless, that whole divergence we just had. Okay. He told her she'd embarrassed the man who sold her the pot. Okay. Another drug dealer, Jim Sullivan, later killed execution style at his home in Billings, met with Rose before his death. He told her she'd embarrassed the man who sold her the pot and his supplier. They'd paid her back by taking her daughter. That was the only thing that anyone said at the time that made any sense. Wow, well, so they told you that? And you... Wow. Bill Lloyd, who led police investigation of Shirley Jane's death now owns a private investigation firm. He's convinced the killing was motivated by either drug sales or drug use. Let's see. Right. I know what you're saying, yet she still would have had the other shirt on when she was walking around. She wasn't wearing exactly what she was wearing. Man, we're still talking about it. Unbelievable. Oh, there goes my stomach. Oh. Yeah. That was the only thing that anyone said at the time that made any sense. Okay, investigator knows. Bill Lloyd, who led the police investigation of Shirley Jane's death, now owns a private investigation firm. He's convinced the killing was motivated by either drug sales or drug use. So that's weird because that matches that judge, right? So maybe the police were just saying, yeah, it's not leading to anything, but they were like, whoa, this is a gold mine, right? Maybe they were just throwing people off by saying that, because now this does match what that judge was saying. Although it doesn't match the part about strangle with the hands. He believed the killer is the son of a former Springfield business owner, a man he describes as a wild child who dabbled in small-time narcotics and was allegedly affiliated with the mob. I think I know who killed her. I think I know who kidnapped her. I think I know the circumstances, Lloyd says. We ran that case into the ground and everything came back to the same person. Informants who pointed to him as the suspect told their tales only once, Lloyd says. When he'd trip out on drugs, he'd talk to whoever he was sleeping with at the time. Lloyd says perhaps explaining the one-time calls from several women. They'd call and then they'd flake out and never talk again. There was no physical evidence to prove the case, Lloyd says, and there's little evidence left from the scene when Shirley Jane's body was found. All that remains in the property room at the Springfield Police Department, says Detective David Smith, are a few bone fragments and some dirt. So none of the clothing. God, what a joke. Jeez. The man Lloyd suspected... reopening the case. The man Lloyd suspects killed Shirley Jane is the same person who prompted police to reopen the case in 1992. Police received a tip from someone who had attended a party with the suspect. Oh, and by the way, the silver leaf, I understand what you're saying up there. So maybe you're saying like, she had a blouse on, she took this blouse off, put it, tied it around her neck. I mean, I think we've all done something like that, mainly, most of the time with like a little bit of warmer outer layer, then you sort of tie it around your neck, and then maybe the killer used that same item to strangle her later, right? But it was, so she was wearing basically everything the same, and then that part was used later to strangle her because it was already around her neck. Does that sound about right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it seems like a weird thing to do is to kill somebody to pay somebody back for embarrassing me. I mean, why would you kill their kid? I mean, man, what? That's sick. Yeah, probably. Yeah. We'll just keep. I mean, we're talking right now. This article has the investigators, so they're a little bit closer to it. Police received a tip from someone who had attended a party with the suspect. During the course of the evening, talked talk turned to Shirley Jane Rose, and Smith says the suspect flipped out. The report of his behavior was enough, Smith says, to begin digging again. But when he did, Smith says he and his partner, Detective Dave Bowden, encountered more frustrations, far more complicated than the lack of physical evidence. Investigators in the 1970s were prone to keep their street snitches' names secret. Several reports don't list names, instead they refer to Informant A and Informant B. Some of the Shirley Jane... Oh, so maybe that's why they... If he was an informant, maybe that's why when Plow came forward, they said, oh, no, it didn't lead to anything. To protect him as an informant, even though he might be the one that's responsible for the death. That's crazy. Wouldn't that be weird if that was what the real reason is? Or maybe somebody that reported on him was an informant and they didn't want to burn that. A letter to killers. And Smith says there were other loose ends. In April 1982, Don Clow, this is that one, then a Greene County Associate Circuit Judge, issued an open letter to those responsible for Shirley Jane's death. In the letter, he detailed the last moments of her life and promised to send her killer to the gas chamber. Clow's letter, printed in the News Leader, was based on information from one of Clow's former clients. The client reportedly had given Clow permission to release limited information, then sealed more specific detail about Shirley Jane's death in an envelope. Clow's client was ill and expected to die from diabetes. When he died, Clow was to release the contents of the sealed envelope. He never did. During his recent... God, you wonder if he did have them, then I bet you somebody contacted and said, if you release that one, you're toast. So he just never did. Or they never existed. During his recent tenure as Taney County prosecutor, Clow refused to assist detectives, Smith says. He didn't return phone calls and didn't respond when the officers left newspaper clippings about the letter at his office in Forsyth. Clow was voted out and left the prosecutor's office in January. He now lives in Melbourne, Florida. Efforts to reach Clow there were unsuccessful. Critics and investigators now believe Clow's open letter to the public and the sealed letter that was never revealed were public relations exploits during an election year. That sucks. But it sounds like he was kind of onto something, right? Yeah, Clow's a pile of shit, huh? Right, Shaney? What it takes to solve the case. Witnesses. It's nice to have a confession, Smith says. Let's see. It's nice to have a confession, Smith says, but if you get enough people coming forward and telling the same story separately, you get the probable cause to arrest someone. Smith knows many of those who recall Shirley Jane's death at one time feared they'd be arrested for their own drug activities. He doesn't care that anyone smoked, snorted, or injected 20 years ago, he says. If that's what they're afraid of, it's irrelevant now. We need names. We have to have them. We need them to testify. Though a trial years after her daughter's death would be painful, Joyce Rose says she'd assist police and prosecutors. She knows police found her unresponsive during initial investigation, but she says she was afraid. I had a little girl missing. I was dealing drugs. I just kept waiting for them to take my other kids away. So she was thinking about that at the time. Even at Shirley Jane's funeral, Rose says fear was a barrier. I remember being at the funeral and feeling like I was up on a hill. I could see the people and I felt sorry for them, but I didn't feel like I was there. Years, however, have given her a different perspective. She has her own theories about who killed her daughter. She won't elaborate, but says police never questioned anyone who lived in her house when Shirley Jane disappeared. Yes, she says she'd cooperate with police to bring her daughter's killer to justice. This person's gotten away with this for all these years. It's like you've read a book from the front cover and all the way through, but the last page is missing. Oh, I guess that's the excerpts up over there. What's this over here? Let's see what this says. Here are excerpts from the Mere Greene County Associate Circuit Judge Don Clow's 1982 letter. I am personally going to see that you are sent to the gas chamber. I'm going to be present when they strap you in, and it's going to be the happiest day of my life. So that you will know what I know exactly. That almost sounds like Carter, right, in the Delphi case. So that you will know what I know exactly the way things happen. You don't know what we know. I'm going to tell you about the last few minutes of Shirley's life. These facts have never been published by the news media. Shirley was taken out to McDaniel Lake. She was told she would be killed. She was made to stand there and watch her grave being dug. She was crying. When the grave was ready, you took your bare hands and strangled her. You were not alone. There were a number of other people with you. Unfortunately for Shirley, the search for her came about so fast that you panicked and killed her. In regard to other people alleged to be present when Shirley Jane died, Clow wrote to the killer, if they want to save their own hides, the prosecutor might be willing to work out a deal with them if they came forward at this time. These people should realize the prosecutor needs only one witness, so after the first one tells what he or she knows, the rest will probably go to the gas chamber with you. So there you go. Yeah. And then I do have this one. There's something from 2002. Joyce Ellen Rose, 61, Battlefield passed away. That's a different one. How could there be two people with... Oh, it's Shirley Jane. That's a different one. I think I was the mother. That's right. This is the mother right here. She died in 2002. She was born September 1940. Jehovah's Witness. That's interesting. Yeah, so anyways, that's the obituary for her mother. And then I did find a 2018 article.
This morning, we're putting a spotlight on a cold case. Shirley Jane Rose here disappeared 43 years ago today. Springfield police are hoping someone out there can help detectives find her kidnapper and killer. The 9-year-old left her grandparents' house in the 800 block of Southwest Avenue, October 17th, 1975. This is the way she went. Investigators say she started walking home between 6:30 and 7:30 p.m. She took Lombard, then Scenic. That's where people saw Shirley talking to a man in a blue Chevy car. She never made...
Hold on, they don't even have it right, and they're there. Yeah, they're like way off on here. The grandparents' house is way up here. There's nothing. They're totally off on that. And then they have it down Lombard here, but it was actually, they never mentioned Lombard, so I'm not sure why they're saying she went down Lombard. In the article, it said she went west on Grand Street, not Lombard.
Made it home to the 1300 block of South Scenic, just north of Ewing Sports Complex. That's nearly a mile walk. Almost 2 months later, someone discovered her body buried near McDaniel Lake December 13th, the shallow grave about 5 miles north of Dickerson Park Zoo. Springfield police detectives identified several persons of interest, interviewed them, but no charges got filed. Shirley's parents died without seeing justice in her murder. If you have any information, call Crime Stoppers at this number, 417-869 tips. You can stay anonymous.
Oh, let me see this. This actually has a map in it here. So this is a pretty long deal here. These are all in the description, but see, they have it on this one going down Lombard too, but didn't they original articles? Ah, shit. Now I gotta go back. Okay. Police at 743. The child had eaten dinner at home, Southwest. Walked to West Grand and South. Okay. That's right here. The child had eaten dinner at a home on Southwest. That's the house, the grandparents. She walked west on Grand, then south on Scenic. Well, that's not what that is. This is west on Lombard down Scenic. Grand is this street. So the grandparents' house, which is actually the block up from here, she didn't live right. That's not where the grandparents live. Well, I guess, yeah, they have it on Lombard. Yeah, so they have her here. So they do have the right place on that map for the grandparents. But they have her walking down Lombard, which is definitely possible, but that's not what the article says. It says west on Grand, so you'd have to assume that she went on Southwest Avenue first, then that direction. Right? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, all this is just going to be like what we found in all the articles. More pictures, though. Well, there you go, everybody. So, hope you guys found that interesting. And thank you for all of your input in there. Sometimes it throws me off for a minute and then I have to think about it. And, sometimes I always just want to turn off the chat for myself, like hide it, so I can just do what I'm doing. Because when I read comments, it throws me off, then I forget what I was talking about. But not all the time, but just sometimes. This case was a little bit more complicated. So isn't that crazy? This is the one from the other night when we were looking at that database. And it just sort of popped up on there. And then I looked up one article and I said, oh, I bet this one's a little bit more complicated. And it really turned out that way, right? I mean, look what it went to. I mean, turns out that the mom was selling dope and drugs, and there was all this other shit going on. And it's pretty weird. Pretty crazy, everybody. Pretty crazy. Oh, man. Did I just shut that down? Shoot. Ah. Oh, wait. No, it works now, though. They fixed the glitch. So, the silver leaf, I'm sorry for, dismissing what you were saying. I thought you were saying something totally different, and I went and read it and it made sense. If you're still there. If you're not, then whatever. Yeah, I don't mind tangents here and there, but the problem is when it's just sort of like almost like a, not a huge issue in the case. Throws me off. Like, Ray, is it possible an ice cream truck came by and they just didn't know it yet? And, well, yeah, sure. Yeah, it could have been one of those ice cream trucks that plays the music. Nobody was listening to it. Except it'd be kind of weird in October. It's like YouTube updated some stuff. Graphics and whatnot. Yeah, they didn't fix that. Well, we almost did it. We were $2 short of the normal night. So thanks, everybody. You made it happen regardless. It made sense, though. I know exactly what you're saying now. When I went back up and read it. Yeah. I thought that was pretty interesting. Those 3 different cases, 2 were pretty short, but that last one was a lot longer. It had a lot of detail. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me do a poll on that last one. Hey, thanks Nicole Wilson and Zozo and Francine Smith. Okay, here we go. We're gonna do let's see. What do you think happened? Related to her mom's drug dealing or just something else. That's it. All right, there we go. There's the question. Oh, hey, thank you, Nicole Wilson, Zozo, Francine Smith, Living It. Drama must remain on the stage. And Lisa Wilkerson. That's right. Not in the true crime community, right? Drama must remain on the stage. And Carolina Girl. Yeah. Everybody answer what you think in there. I would actually put a little extra, put some, emphasis on the drug myself. Just because it's a real thing. It's actually something that's going on. Hey, thank you, Felicia Abbott. And just remember, a large portion of everything you guys just sent in will be going to... We're going to probably donate another chunk of money here on Sunday. And then donation night will be the last night of the month. All right, let's see. I'm going to end... Well, people are still answering, so I'll keep it going. Okay, I'm going to end the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I've never heard of this case that we just did. Only 40 people? Man, is that all we got watching? Oh, there's 197. Come on. That's lame. But 57% said related to mom's drug dealing. I know, isn't that crazy? Lee D. That's right. After the show, if you guys can leave a comment and say what you think about what you think happened in these cases, that'd be great. Can I get a lame? Whoa. No, I said lame. Yeah. Man, only 40 votes? Well, that sound effect's not going to work. Oops. Come on. Oops, it's not even working. My stream decks. Weird. Come on. We frozen? Yeah, I don't think we're frozen, but the Stream Decks thing isn't working. Maybe now. Let's see. They're all playing at the same time. Oh.
Bitch, please.
There we go. So that's what I meant to say. Only 40 people commented?
Bitch, please.
There we go. Right?
Check.
They're coming to take me away, ho ho, hee hee, ha ha, to the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time, and birds and flowers and chirping birds and... Remember that one? Something like that. Well, you can go watch it yourself, just so I don't have to do it. Thank you, Michelle Davenport.
Thank you to Miss L. Linda Howe, was in Little Molden Howe, the cattle mutilations and crop circles. Carolina T. She made the images behind me. Lee D. Lynette Burns. Randy Bradford. Kathy Freidenmaker. Carol Esau. Mabel Mabel Quintania. Quintania. Mabel Quintania. Wait, Quinton. That is right. Michelle Nicklaus. Pence W. Allie Cake. Randy Bradford. Lori Grant. Michelle Nicklaus. Sooner History. Charleston Amy. Kathy Freidenmaker. Lee D. Mag. Cat Eye Donation. Zozo. Jim D. Mag. Living It. It's Chris. Randy. D&K Reck. Cammy Curry. Rita Schaefer. Lee D. Carolina Girl. Nicole Wilson. Sarita. Cody D. Or Dottie D. Deborah Thornburg. Charleston Amy. Nicole Wilson. Zozo. Francine Smith. Living It. Drama must remain on the stage. Lisa Wilkerson. Carolina Girl. Alicia Abbott. Thank you.
Thank you, generous freaks. Yeah, YouTube changed the little images, the look of the screen, I guess. Everything's a little different, Oh, thank you guys. Thank you all for watching the show tonight.
Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of pussy.
I think that's what my neck sounds like when I get up in the morning. It's weird. Really strange. Gotta be honest with you. Wait a minute, what do you mean be honest? Doesn't that mean you were lying? Alright, well, you know, I did talk about the vaccines earlier. I wasn't trying to offend anybody, but I do get offended when people come on and try to say not to take the vaccines. Okay? Because all medical evidence says to take them. So when I'm talking about taking the vaccines, and you don't feel like taking the vaccines, I don't need to hear from you that you don't want to take the vaccines. In fact, most people don't want to know that you're not taking the vaccines, and you probably don't want them to know that you're not going to be taking them. So just, you know, I'm just doing what's responsible, okay? I'm letting people know that the vaccines are absolutely going to save the day in this COVID case, in this COVID situation, because without them, there'd be millions and millions more dead people. And that's just the truth. Sorry for, you know, feeding you the truth, everybody, but, you know, it is what it is. So anyways, we'll see you guys tomorrow on the show. I don't know what we'll be doing. I might do another, maybe I'll do a call-in show or something, or hell, I'll find some more cold cases. I always think these are so crazy. They're so interesting, right? Not Darth Vader, right, Carolina girl? Yeah, you can email me an idea as long as it's not a popular one that anybody's ever heard of. Okay, I like to do the ones that nobody talks about. Of course, I don't get the viewers for those. I you know, I'm not a subminer, so I don't really give a shit. You know, like if you go to some of these channels, you know, like the ones that are, you know, covering the Wells case, they've only covered 7 cases in their entire YouTube existence. And guess what? They're all the big ones. It's never just the small Tom, Dick, and... No, there won't be any covering of, like, Jean Bonnet, everybody. Yeah, it won't be happening. Is that what you meant? Sooner history? Jean Bonnet? Although you typed in Jones Bennett. Or hell, maybe that's how you spell it. Alright. Well, that's it. That's it, you guys. Never been any more to do. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. And weird and strange missing people. Yeah, I like those. Those are cool, but usually those are the ones that are picked up by every single other YouTuber, and you know, there's 1,000 of them. So they're not really, it's not helping anything. Like the one we just covered, nobody's ever heard of that one, so at least it's out there. I haven't seen one YouTube video or anything. There might be a YouTube video on it. I didn't look. I doubt it, though. Who knows? But we will see you guys tomorrow, and as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. I'm going to do the flyby again. All right? Same place. Be safe out there. And a 2 and a 3 and a... Where the hell is it? Where's the wrap? Is it gone? I don't see the wrap anymore. 1, 2... Wow. Is it just gone? Hold on. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong... Oh, jeez. It's like, where the hell is it? I was looking at the wrong source. I was looking at sources instead of scenes. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Grader's gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector. Fool deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temple fucking checked ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. Alright, everybody? Talk to you later.
Hello, anybody there? Hey, that's Mount St. Helens, everybody. That's the whole side that blew up there on May 19th, 1980. That used to be a regular mountain, and it all blew off right there. This whole amount right there. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. This is the lava flow. This is the lava flow. It was a new ardent, fiery ash cloud.
Hey, all right, everybody. Thanks, and hey, thanks, Mary Lou, for inventing words to the song.
Oh yeah, it was like, do you like the show now? We are great and we're having fun. Da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, thanks, Gray.
See, she just wanted to get another version of it in there, right at the end there, okay?
I did not grade you. You're always so mean to me.
Well, you did pretty good.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, wow. So you cried so that I would say you did a good job.
Yes, that's exactly what I did.
See, manipulative. Very manipulative. You got to admit. All right, you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I won't be talking about vaccines tomorrow. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. You guys have a great night. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there.
Yeah, everybody be safe.
I just said that.
I know, Gray, but I wanted to say it too.
Oh boy, forget it, Mary Lou. Good night.